Yeah. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. But you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
Hello, and welcome to the Conqueror League Playoff Quarterfinals. I'm Anti, and I am joined by Isaac Cast over here. And now we see a matchup in the playoffs itself. As we saw before, the CWCL team did not have their top laner for the last time we saw them on the broadcast, but this time around we are seeing Jaquavis make a return over here, and now against Dorado Gaming Iota, it should be a particularly fun banger.
Yeah, it's one of those things that always is unfortunate when it comes around when you're casting if a player can't make it, and it's one of the things that happens in amateur. But the fact that we get to see Jaquavis back, not only that, it does help with the comfort and the level of familiarity that these players have together, and so I'm looking forward to it.
I'm totally looking forward to it. I'm particularly interested to see what kind of picks we have coming on out here. And one thing I will note, so the last time we did see the Cosmos Lanterns, I believe is the team name, come on in here. We did not see Jaquavis here, so we did have Elsa from Frozen, and Skifter was the sub for top lane. But despite Skifter being the sub for top lane, we had Elsa from Frozen, the one shifting into top lane, and actually won a few of those lanes solo. So now that Jaquavis is back, we might not exactly see the same kind of hardcore, you just put one person in one lane. We might be seeing a little bit of shifting back and forth here. But now, as we get into the draft, I'm particularly interested to see what exactly we're going to be seeing from these teams. The Mordekaiser immediately taken away.
Well, if you're talking about things that you want to see, this might not necessarily be the most meta thing right now, but Hyper-Focus Bard is oh
my god.
Is certainly it's one of the things that, again, like, it's not the most meta. I don't know. I am not as familiar with these teams around and what they've necessarily been playing in the series, but Hyper Focus Bard is absolutely one of those things, especially as we've got through the bans, Bard not being banned away just yet.
I mean, Hyper Focus Bard, spicy as hell, maybe a little too spicy for the first playoff round here, but either way, it is a best of 5. You got lots of time to play around with different things, but I will say the Braum being taken away means that you do have opportunities to pick up Leona Misfortune. I mean, there's just so many more things that you can do here. I mean, now Ornn is on the table. Misfortune is on the table, especially with the Mordekaiser taken away. And there it is, the Misfortune. First pick blue side here, and I'm expecting to see a Leona in response. Champion is busted good. Does not matter that she got nerfed.
Yeah, it's just basically how it is, especially paired up with Jhin. That extra CC it's absolutely killer. And the amount of explosiveness explosiveness that you can get out of it, as well, force shot along with the sunlight passive, it's a little bit too insane right now. And but
damage on damage on damage.
Yeah, that's more or less what you want to see. However, Amumu, K-Peps, it's one of his favorite champions, so
yeah, Amumu making a return to the competitive scene is something that honestly we like to see here. Curse of the Sad Bullet Time is a classic and a half. Pairing that one with the Rel Magnet Storm means that this is going to be a death ball composition and a half. And when I say death ball, I don't just mean death ball, I mean we hit the R button and we win. And in order to deal with that, you do have the Poppy coming on in here. It's going to be able to deny a single bandage toss, is going to be able to deny the crash down, and more importantly, it should be able to deny the full-on hit R composition, because with that Poppy ultimate, you should be able to knock everyone away. So right now, it's all about whether or not the Dorado squad can actually take fights on their terms. If they can force the letter and just do as much as they can here, then it should be good for them. But CWCL, their entire job is to make sure they don't have to fight against the forces of Exodia here. You want to make sure to split up this team. You don't want to be team fighting into this.
No, well, you don't want to be team fighting unless you could stagger it a bit. And I think definitely Viego can help out with this. You You know, you get one kill, you back out into the large invisibility range, and you just slowly reset over and over again. It would definitely be a very different type of team fighting, specifically what typically tends to be described as a team fight. But I don't necessarily think that you can't team fight into this Dorado Gaming IOTA squad so far. It's just going to have to look a little bit different than the front to back. Everybody, your tanks all stand right here. And, okay.
All right. I was about to say, the one thing that I was going to be concerned with this team composition here is when you have the Jhin, you don't necessarily have too much of the DPS, too much ways how to break through these tanks. Like the Mundo, like the Amumu if he doesn't build super uber high damage, right? But Vel'Koz coming into play here, lots of true damage out the wazoo, should be able to shred straight through that doctor in the top lane. But I gotta say, this composition from both squads here is honestly pretty interesting. So one side is, I don't care how many people are there, we are just going to kill all of you at the same time. And the other squad says, you know what, we're just going to kill one person and turn that into 4 more. You know, it's all about the trickle down fight, you know, controversial one at a time strat versus the full on, we just send 5 members in and duke it all out.
And I would see why you'd want to do that as Cosmo's Lantern, because I think with what Dorado Gaming has drafted, you don't want to walk up to that uneven playing field, especially what they had shown in the early stages of that draft. And as we get into game 1, I should suspect we won't get too much early antics, except for Cyclone getting a little happy early on.
I gotta do a quick check. Was that a Manaflow band stack? Is it GG?
It would be.
Is it over?
It would be if Cyclone took first strike. You would just have to FF right here, go game 2. You know, the extra gold. Yeah, it would just be
100%. Yeah. But in the meantime, you know, the things that we do know for a fact, K-Peps isn't going to be picking up that health pot. So the big concern I have with Amumu, right? So Amumu, very, very good champion right now. I honestly think that the champ's relatively underplayed and underutilized, but still struggles a lot when dealing with invades. So not picking up that extra health pot, usually not going to be that big of a deal for most champions here, but I will say Viego should be able to just kind of walk in and make this guy's life a living hell. It's just gets so tough for Amumu to play these matches if he doesn't have constant prio in every single one of these lanes. And Jhin and Leona should be able to force the letter with that one.
Should. Is always the key
theoretically.
I've seen wilder things. More like a 70-30 split, but early on, I think other than that bot lane, it again should relatively be okay for Amumu, especially if you start focusing around your top side. Poppy shouldn't be able to get too much against Mundo, I don't think. You can,
yeah, I mean,
correct me on
I will
that?
say, Poppy as a champion, you know, does relatively fine playing into other tanks, because that Q with the % max health damage, honestly going to be doing just fine. Should be able to just get this wave under tower, has a lot of control over the wave itself here. But in the meantime, mid lane is just pokes on pokes. I mean, you got your standard mages, Cyclone still dodging towards the back, meaning that it is going to just turn into more and more of those Qs landing. But maybe it's just a matter of that early conditioning where you dodge backwards and take the Qs in the early game, so that way once the Qs actually start to really hurt a bit, you start dodging forwards and it's not really going to be as big of an issue. But I mean, all of those crazy mind games aside, we are looking for more and more action as the game goes on. Bottom lane is likely where we would see it here, and we're seeing Rel walk up trying to make something happen.
Yeah, both junglers in the immediate vicinity early on, you'd have to probably favor the side of Cosmo Wings should they be able to fight it on their terms. Of course, That's if both junglers don't just stare at each other and decide that it's not not a fight worth tanking. I would be
K-Peps?
surprised to see that, especially with the wave pushing towards Cosmo's Lantern side right now. Unless, of course...
Wait, K-Peps got the scuttle. K-Peps walked straight
my
up
God,
to the
you're
splash and
right.
just smited it away from him.
Oh my god, you're right. That... You'll love to see that. If you're... I mean, as a neutral observer, it's one of those things where it's like... Or a neutral party, I guess. It's just...
Honestly,
such a power move.
the cheeky walk up to just be like, yeah, I'm just gonna take this is always fun to see. But in the meantime, it seems like Viego's not really going to be getting too much power over the Amumu. As I said before, right? The big issue that Amumu has when it comes to competitive play is, one, he's not really able to get as much done in the early game as you might see some of the higher value junglers, like, you know, the Jarvan, for example. But the bigger thing is the man does not win 1v1s. Amumu is not a champion that you're going to be able to just instantly fight every single jungler with, and a duelist like Viego should be just fine. But oh, look at this bot lane play.
Crashdown's going to find its way onto Venoms real quick, but with the extra resistances coming through from the Shield of Daybreak, they should be okay for now. Although those low health bars are going to make this a little bit more of a difficult situation. Not so much of a comfort zone now. Venom's kind of just completely neutralized and not going to be able to get the recall like they probably had planned on after that.
Yeah, I mean, the Aftershock really coming in clutch for Venoms there. So much
flash
extra.
in,
hold on.
cleanse from Hamza, flash forward by Dibble. Won't be enough to find the damage. Dibble goes low, cleanses that as well. The root goes through, but won't be enough. Is that a double kill to Venoms? It is a double kill to Venoms for now, but K-Peps is here. Low health bars flash away. Venom's still alive. Will find its way onto Hamza, who doesn't have the flash from earlier. Goes down, but to splash is here. Should be able to probably get the kill onto K-Peps. Unless if K-Peps flash forwards does manage to find the double kill in the 1v3 at the end there. So at the very least, from what was a not so great situation to find yourself in, as K-Peps does manage to find 2 kills there. Against the run of play, really.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not just 2 kills, it's 2 kills over to the Jungle Amumu, a champion where if you can get gold on this champion, man, does it feel dang good here. In the meantime, top lane just going to be the constant trading back and forth. I mean, directed Cam's favorite lane, you know, lots and lots and lots of damage constantly being put out here. But I gotta say, Venom's being able to pick up those first 2 kills in the lane, definitely going to be feeling good for the side of CWCL, but it's super concerning here that, well, not super concerning, but it's a little bit of a blunder for Venom to walk up right at the end there, just greeting out a little bit for that assist. But in the meantime, K-Peps going to be able to pick up quite a bit of gold in response, going to be able to get the full-on plated steel caps here, which means that the #1 advantage that I think Viego has over Amumu in the early game is essentially neutered, right? You don't have the gold, you don't have the ability to 1v1 this champion anymore.
No, not in any meaningful capacity. At least in a straight up full health bars, all cooldowns sort of way. And also, meanwhile, Drake will be going over to the side of Dorado Gaming. And as you said, the early plated steel caps does basically give K-Peps everything that that he wants for this game. And I mean, free license over the jungle on Amumu. If you could just go wherever you want on Amumu, being able to, it's a scary thing because the amount of CC this champion brings is, yeesh.
Yeah, and not just CC with the Conqueror, should also be able to put out a decent amount of damage the longer and longer that the fights goes on. So as long as you can stay alive in these fights, it's going to be feeling pretty dang good for K-Peps here. But here comes Elsa.
Might be in a little bit of a difficult situation. Should be taking that true damage from Elsa from Frozen. Going to be able to pick up that kill. K-Peps, your plated steel caps don't protect you against Vel'Koz, so
Yeah, I mean, Elsa getting the Roman, and okay, we getting all in.
From Venom's going to try to find someone to Dibble. It's just a little bit too far away to find any immediate damage. Curtain Call will be opened up, but with the protection from Hyper Focus, it should be okay, especially with 2 shots. Not going to hit their mark there.
Yeah, gonna be able to force them back and get the tower plate, but nothing more than that there. 2 ultimates going to be expended in that bot lane, and not before the dragon, so it's not really going to amount to too much more other than gold, but sometimes in this early game, gold is all you can really ask for. In the meantime, top lane is slowly going in the way of Jaquavis when it comes to the farm lead here, but you know, Mundo does as Mundo pleases. Unless you're building a little bit of extra damage, it's going to be a little bit difficult to actually find a sort of all-in onto Masuf here, and in the meantime, Jaquavis is just going to continue to push the wave in, gonna continue to get so much prio for his jungler here. But bot lane now, once again, as the waves bounce back, the big question is, what exactly can this bot lane lead translate into? Because it didn't turn into a dragon, it hasn't turned into any void grubs. Gold is nice as long as you can use it to make objective takes, right? League of Legends is an objective-based game, and it doesn't matter how much gold you've got in your pocket if your Nexus goes down first.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, no notes. That's just how it is.
Yeah, that's them's facts right there. However, the extra gold, turning attention over to the gold, it's not an inconsequential gold lead that is over to the favor of Cosmo's Lantern. So even though the early Cloud Drake, it's it's something, not exactly the biggest boon ever. And since none of the grubs, or not none, only 2 of the grubs have been taken, there's still available option. It's not all that bad. The extra gold, Hyper Focus should be okay. Curtain's Call opened up. Now 3v3 here on the gank. Flash away from Hyper Focus. So with the attention, all that attention, we get nothing more than a flash from Hyper Focus, which is really, honestly, not that big of a deal with Hex Flash being there as an option.
No flash available does mean that there isn't going to be the flash Q crashdown advantage for the side of Dorado's bot lane, but at the very least, you know, you did manage to get out with your life, and when you are dragging both junglers down to the bot lane, no kills going over is honestly pretty dang nice for the team that just wants to get to the mid game, just wants to be able to hit their R buttons. But in the meantime, mid lane trades just kind of going wide back and forth here. Venom's going straight on in though.
Yeah, the splash is here. Won't be taking that much damage early on, and with the ultimates available, you have to imagine that Hyper Focus actually should go down here. Does enough to save his ADC, but nonetheless, Dibble still has to flash away there. So no flash on Misfortune with some of the tools that Cosmo's Lantern does have available to them. Will be a massive target right in the middle of a fight where you say, oh, Misfortune, they press R. Well, they're also not moving when they're pressing R. So it's a bit of a
absolutely.
Bit of a sitting
that's also the classes. This is one of the reasons why the Leona pick here is so good for the side of CWCL. And I gotta say, right, Cosmos Lanterns right now in a good position for themselves going into this mid game, right? But you know, now with Misfortune, with the fully completed Bloodthirster, should be particularly difficult to actually take down. We're going to get a bit of a pause here, but it allows us to really start talking about this map state, about the state of the game as a whole. So, right now, K-Peps, decent amount of gold under the man's belt, going to be able to get closer and closer to those early defensive items, likely not going to be turning into too much in terms of the all-in though, right? I mean, a lot of the Amumus that we're seeing nowadays are doing things like picking up the Leandri's Torment, picking up a little bit of that early damage, so when you do reach that first fight, you have a little bit of the tankiness from the early health, but most importantly, that combo with your team very much kills, right? It's not really a matter of just staying alive. It's a matter of making sure that hit our composition actually manages to shred straight through the entirety of the team. But if you can get on top of the squishies, if you can get on top of those priority carries like the Vel'Koz, like the Jhin, honestly, it doesn't really matter how much damage you build on the Amumu because Misfortune alone should be fine. Bloodthirster has quite a bit of AD on it. Honestly, the moment they added that overheal shield back, I was kind of surprised to see that it took this long for people to start rushing in on her again. But in the meantime, top lane, still just going to be the standard trades. Nothing really going to be resulting from that one. But here we go. More and more trading back and forth.
Yeah, the health bar is a little bit too high on Hamza to really turn into a kill at all. At the very least, getting Hamza down very low does bring a little spot of danger, especially as you look towards the mini-map. Some movement heading towards the spot lane with Dragon up now. Hamza not having that half a health bar will be a bit concerning for this ensuing potential fight. No promises on that just yet. But with all 4 members in and around the side of this Tribrush here, trying to find anything. K-Peps will be found though, going low, going down. Elsa from Frozen picking that one up. Solar Flare going to find one, followed up on the Bandage Toss. Will stun up Hyper Focus for basically ever. And the bullet time will only do so much. Oh no, Dibble going to have to cleanse that one away. Splash going to be able to come untargetable from the ultimate there. Not going to take up that damage from Dibble at all. Play ult going to be dropped, but not much damage just yet on that ability. Cyclone here now, and will be in time just to save his ADC, but with 2 members down and not available for that fight, no kills are going to be able to be returned over to the side of Dorado Gaming Iota, and that gold lead starts to balloon once again with all the objectives still available to be taken.
Yeah, I mean, once again, it is going to be a good amount of kills over to the side of CWCL, but it's not going to be too much in terms of the objective takes.
The bandage toss going to be lands on Elsa from Frozen. Second option available, going low, going down, overstays his welcome there in the mid lane with only half the health bar there. And with two charges of Bandage Toss available on a Mumu, you just can't escape from that one at all, no matter how far you get away with the flash.
Yeah. I mean, in the end, Cold not gonna be bothering this Vel'Koz, but jungle ganks and crying children very much so. Gonna be able to not get out of that one, as the early gold advantage really only means something if you can turn it into more and more objectives, right? The dragon still has not gone down. We're still not seeing too much in terms of the Void Grubs or this Rift Herald here. So right now, the Cosmos Lanterns still not able to push their lead nearly as far as they could have. In the meantime, Mundo slowly getting the upper hand onto Poppy here. And now that you have the fully completed Warmogs, and more crucially than that, Warmogs plus Ruby Crystal to fully activate that Warmogs passive, it has just been all Masuf in this top lane.
Yeah, and the fact that you just walk away and heal right back up and not care, it's one of those fun items that you just love seeing in your game. I just love it when Dr. Mundo can freely throw cleavers and not have to worry at all about it. That's gameplay right there.
I mean, look at, he's full health.
Right back there he goes. Hey, yeah. Not only that, just that little extra bit of move speed as well on it. Mundo absolutely loves and adores move speed, and it's one of those things that just, it's secretly starts to stack up on you, especially with the Cloud Drake. It's an undervalued dragon in my opinion, especially the Soul. People are like, haha, Cloud Soul. Actually, Cloud Souls. We're not going to get it this game. Other things aside, actually, Splash is here. The CC is going to be blocked from Jaquavis as Masuf with Ghost. Yeah, this is Dr. Mundo right there.
I mean, sometimes that is just how the Mundo be, right? You really cannot stop this man from going where he pleases. Pops the Ghost does have the magical footwear, so still going to be able to walk on by. Doesn't even need those tier 2 boots, but in the meantime, this tower is certainly going to be going down sooner rather than later. But Masuf now getting locked up.
Well, they're going to try to make it later. Masuf going to be stunned by to splash. As the health regen starts coming through and the minion waves there, it gives enough time for K-Peps to turn this one around. The Heartbreak is going to use to hop away. We'll get that movement speed, and for now, we'll both be alive. Flash in from Hyper Focus. Won't quite find the damage on the TP down from Cyclone. Will try to find its way onto Hamza. Hamza going low, going down. Cyclone's flash comes after the fight's over. Bit of a panic. They're not panicking at all whatsoever. Yeah, no, it was totally necessary to flash after both Venoms and Hamza went down. No, I understand. I understand it.
I get it. I get it. I mean, genuinely, that was so unbelievably close from Hamza. Almost managed to get that kill in response there, but in the end, it is going to be 2 towers going to the side of Dorado here, and I gotta say, this is looking worse and worse for the Cosmos Lanterns here. As I said, right, all Dorado needs to do is get past this early game, is get into that mid game, and then group up together and hit R. I mean, Masuf honestly doesn't need to be a part of that plan, but at the very least, Mundo very much does slot into the plan very well, able to just walk forward, be a firm aggro tank, just someone that you have to be dealing with, that you cannot just leave alone, because otherwise, he will literally just walk all over your carries and make their lives a living hell. In the meantime, you're gonna have to be dealing with the Amumu ultimate, the Misfortune ultimate, the Rel ultimate. At this point, the question is, what can you deal with and survive from?
I mean, it's going to have to take a lot of very fine and expertly crafted navigation from the side of Cosmo's Lantern to find any sort of fight is basically what it's going to have to boil down to. The only issue with that is that now that you lose all 3 tier 1 towers, that just becomes infinitely more difficult, especially as the mid lane tower goes down. I mean, you just can't push as far into the map to deny vision as much, and just becomes that much safer for the rest of Dorado Gaming Iota to just, well, press R, and that's the extent of that, really.
I mean, sometimes that is just how it be, but in the meantime, as we slot into this mid-game, Dragon is going to be coming up in 43 seconds here, and it is not going to be the Cosmos Lanterns getting the inside track on the Dragon. It's not going to be their vision that will stand at the end of this one, as the Dorado squad here is just going to be able to get so much control over this jungle, looking for a pick right now. Cyclone still sitting in the bot lane, but in the meantime, Masuf just going to continue to play Mundo as best as a Mundo player can, just going where he pleases. Fully finished on the Heartsteel as well. Man is literally going to be immortal at the end of this one, but the Cosmos Lanterns giving up on the Dragon.
Top, we'll try to take down Masuf. We'll invest a lot to it. Hamza going to be picking up that kill on the final shot of the curtain call. As you said, we'll definitely give up the Drake there. And I see why you'd want to do that. Like, take what you can in this present situation that's not very great. However, Hextech Drakes and the Soul it's very valuable, and so they got the kill at least, which you got what you aimed for, and perhaps you could turn that into something else later down the line. But again, it's not looking good for Cosmos Lantern as of now.
Yeah, it's just not looking too great for the Cosmos Lanterns right now, as on the other side, Dorado Gaming Iota is just continuing to find ways to get more and more objectives. First tower does go down on Dorado's side there, so at the very least, they do turn that kill into an objective of some kind. But remember, towers are really only means to an end to a certain extent. I mean, it's mostly gold at this stage in the game, right? The first tower going to be taken down here on the sideline doesn't really mean too much for the Cosmos Lanterns, especially not in comparison to something like the Hextech Dragon. Giving your opponents the opportunity to start up that dragon stacking win condition. And not only that win condition, dragon stacking means that you can start to focus on the choke points. You can start to force your opponents into these really tough positions where you do not want to find yourself. And if the Cosmos Lanterns let that dragon stack up again and again, all of a sudden you're going to have to start walking into these dragon fights against a Misfortune, against an Amumu, against a Rel, right? You know, these champions that do so much AoE. Cyclone and Masuf on the Hui and Mundo are also no slouches. You cannot just avoid these champions. You have to be so careful about these, and every single one of these dragons that goes down is so much
Hamza
rougher.
going low though. Hamza, the bolt time will be enough to claim the life of the Cosmos Lantern ADC, but on the backside of that fight, Elsa from Frozen will find the kill onto the enemy ADC. Dibble going down there. I believe it was a shutdown as well. Those two kills coming in a tandem, giving that little bit extra gold over. So Elsa from Frozen will be feeling that much stronger, but it doesn't look like this fight is just over yet. Hyperfocus will find TES Splash, but that does call a response from everybody. Curse of the Sad Mummy will come through. Elsa from Frozen going down there, getting caught out. And now the rest of this fight with the numbers advantage and Masu being in the vicinity will be knocked away for now. And will probably at least end the immediate fight. But with health bars so low, I don't think you can continue on with this. Jaquavis going low and finally going down as the rest of the side of Dorado Gaming Iota does finally arrive again after getting knocked away by Poppy. Bit of an ironic twist there, knocking away the opponents just for them to walk all the way back. And claiming that extra kill will also mean that perhaps they start to try to turn on this Baron. The kill timers aren't necessarily all that long. This isn't the most free Baron you'll ever see.
It's not 100% free, but you still have the bullet time on the Misfortune. You still have the lockup onto Splash here.
Hyperfocus will find to Splash, but not much follow-up just yet. And actually from the side, the Vel'Koz flank, not something you see very often, will find too, but now Masu will find Elsa a very tricky situation. Not free just yet. Masu goes down, and as I was saying earlier, this is not a free Baron. And with this really delayed move on the enemy jungle from the side of Dorado Gaming, it's just a little bit slow, perhaps a bit miscommunicated on the misplayed, obviously. Like just a lack of communication. Actually, Cyclone will down by 5 minutes now. Will be another go. Also Frozen. Going to get slow once more. Going down. Shut down on also Frozen. And just like that, this game maybe not completely turned on its head, but at the very least, going back towards the way on Cosmos Wings from what was looking very difficult just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, I mean, that is absolutely insane. Did not, in my wildest dreams, even think that was going to be what came out that, right? That looked like it was Dorado's Baron or Surtur. Like, there was almost nothing standing in the way. And all of a sudden, Elsa from Frozen with a flank of a lifetime finds a way on in the meantime. Try on and just really threaten that ultimate combo, but I gotta say, Elsa Frozen on this cause, the unsung hero of game doing so much damage. All of these fights, the number one threat here from the side of Cosmos Lanterns. But right now, as long as Dorado can keep an eye on that 10 scientist, it'll be very simple to get in.
Will land first that only find one early on in this fight, and the first goes through, resets to Splash, will go through, Hyperfocus getting flanked by Elsa Frozen, and so the other two kills going up to the side of Cosmos Wings will start very quickly this game around now. I mean, from what, 4 minutes ago, down about 3 gold now,
$4,000 gold lead off of one play, off of one ultimate. Also Frozen, huge amount of damage in these fights right now. Dorado needs to find some way to get onto the spell cost, right? I would say that he can do two, right? A Moo with the ability to land those mids, with the ability to get damage tosses in, and flash as well as Cyclone and Dibble should be able to follow up from our range. But you have to remember about the rest of the team, right? Quavis' entire job is to keep people off Elsa, right? And Venom and Hamza are not champions that you can just ignore. And all of a sudden, this team composition here has started a little better, largely due to the 8 and 2 Vel'Koz.
That does help. It does help to have a 8-kill champion on your side.
Not just an 8-kill super long range champ, right? I mean, it's particularly easy to play protect the president when the president is recount is over.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is, you say that it was certainly true last fight. Well, we've also not only seen that ourselves because that Baron fight, the president was on the front lines. I mean, if you take away from what this is in our sample size, our president sample size of 2 fights, is that Vel'Koz is absolutely the most broken champion in the game, and we don't see her totally not reacting this part, and that's nothing to do with having 8 kills in hand.
Honestly, if there's anything to learn this, I think Elsa Frozen, you like president at this point. Look at this.
Well, speaking like this, without fighting in, how kills moving in, white fighting when you get it, getting breaking down, I believe from Zoom, and we did say earlier that the tools of the Frozen, and with the ghosts, will be able to put stuff early and when that said last year, we'll get the reset now. The counter back side of that fight, Dibble will man kill on the NBA, currently to how you're going time, just anybody there, but in this down for more bad lose the other way. So, I understand why Hyperkill stayed in the fight at the backside there, but just finding in the end. And Elsa was once again going below this time. You were saying how difficult it is to find your way onto this Vel'Koz. And once again, despite the extremely low Vel'Koz does not go down. Another slightly fair fight over the side of Cosmos Champion.
Yeah, and most importantly, that fight, Elsa Frozen on getting down has got enough gold to take over the mana area, which makes it so much harder to kill this already hard to kill Vel'Koz. I mean, right now, I'm almost certain that's exactly what is going to be getting killed. There we go. And Vel'Koz goes from hard to kill to nigh impossible. I thought it was Mundo's job to be immortal, but Elsa Frozen seemingly doing a better job than even that super tank.
Yeah, and I will say it did almost work out. It was a large case of both teams pushing the limits as far as what they were. Okay, I both living dangerously. Both teams really just kind of pushing farther than what they should have, because I rewind quite like take a look back at the very beginning of that like exchange of almost 3 mini separate fights. It was the side of Cosmos that often tried to go in on Dorado. It's just that first mini fight was very much by side Cosmos mentioned, because even though they've got the damage right now, Masuk is still said that really difficult kill. Super tank. So it's just again, I'm not sure. But anyway, cool down. Right. Cool down. But Mundo has his ultimate. I had to use everything to survive that fight. So without gaining those leads available, it didn't take long enough for the Warmox Master to fully restore their health and then try to go and counter that portion of the fight. Once again, it's just ill-advised and just push farther than really what should have been, what he should have been. Probably could have dealt with waiting maybe a few more seconds to get out of that. I felt like might have turned out differently.
Is Masu's just gonna take this? Oh my god.
Yeah, that goes very crazy.
I guess so. Just takes it and walks on out. Does not care if the Quavers is going to be able to take that one straight up. But in the meantime, we're seeing Cosmos Lantern now that they have a gold lead. Well, at the very least, they had one for a while, looking to push the issue. And here it comes.
Find a way on K-Paps, going down. Hamza picking up that first kill. Big part of that combo coming from the side of Dorado and Iota is K-Paps being able to open up that fight. Without K-Paps available, no smite on the jungle, but Baron up surely. So Baron, maybe not surely, but at least 80% split over to the side of Cosmos Lantern taking just there. They're going to try to cut that low on that bullet time. Baron getting it. Outside of Cosmos Lantern, they will at the very least be able to pick up a kill on Venom to start out the rest of this fight. Items are going low, just in that Baron pit shutdown going on to Cyclone. TES Splash going to be taken down, so Baron claimed, but at what cost? Jaquavis just doesn't have anywhere else to go, and so the only member alive is, once again, Elsa from Frozen, who will get one Baron on the side of Cosmos Lantern, but or at least kinds of light from Dorado Gaming.
And in the end, Elsa from Frozen just going to be backing away to his castle on his lonesome. You know, no backup there, as the Vel'Koz alone will not be able to stop the Dorado spot from taking up this one tower, but should at the very least stop the inhib take on the response here. And I gotta say, right, Dorado Gaming Iota have been able to find ways how to band together and get gold in unexpected places here, because after that last Baron fight, it was like a 4,000 gold lead for quite a bit, and after this one, another Baron gets taken down, but the gold lead has shrunk to 1,000 gold, like 1,000, almost 2,000 gold. At the very least, the Cosmos Lanterns right now really need to find a way how to take these gold leads, you know, as small as they might be, and turn them into real substantial things that you can actually feel in these fights here. Elsa from Frozen is slowly getting more and more fed, and that is great, but you cannot rely on the Vel'Koz alone to output the damage of an entire team.
Yeah, especially not in the way that they were split up after the Baron was taken. They were just a little bit too far away from each other. Obviously into a composition. Hold on, Masuf might just be in a spot of trouble here with Hamza coming through. Will be snared up. And with the amount of damage that Elsa from Frozen does, you'd have to imagine that any second now. Oh, yeah, that's right, Mundo. Mundo ult.
Oh my god.
Mundo ult with Warmox passive is certainly a thing. That being said, not a lot of resistance available now with the whole team here. That's the first kill going over to the side of Dorado Gaming Iota. Now, I mean, not Dorado Gaming Iota, going over to Cosmos Lantern. Now, second kill going to be going on to K-Pep, so 2 kills over to Cosmos Lantern. And Masuf, you know, I'm honestly a bit surprised how fast that health bar just disappeared on the Dr. Mundo. Just as fast as it re-emerged, it disappeared.
Yeah, I mean, it completely disappeared super fast, just as quickly as his tower is going down.
It's not just tower that's going to go. Jaquavis going to knock the, or at least one enemy away to guarantee that this inhibitor can be taken. So that being said, mid lane inhibitor, not exactly the most powerful inhibitor that you can possibly take, so it's not the worst case scenario on the side of Dorado Gaming Iota, but just one step closer on the side of Cosmos Lantern to start to well, in the game even.
I mean, as the game continues, we're gonna have to see what exactly comes of this gold lead for the size of the Cosmos Lanterns right now. But as we can see, right, Dorado, Gaming Iota have the inside track on this dragon. They still have the push R composition. They just haven't found an opportunity to really use it. The carries for Cosmos Lanterns have always been in the right places at the right times, able to find themselves far enough that they're not going to be getting caught by the bullet time. Meanwhile, the Splash looking at a flank here, still trying to avoid the full-on bullet time. You do not want a full frontal fight, but a frontal fight is what you're gonna get.
A lot of damage up front, loaded onto Hyper Focus. Early kill over to the side of Cosmos Lantern. And now with with K-Peps knocked away, there's absolutely no chance for these for this combo to come through. To Splash does get the kill before he goes down, and I do believe this should be enough to keep to Splash alive for now. K-Peps getting killed, Dibble going down, and so 4 members getting claimed on the side of Dorado Gaming Iota. Only Masuf left to be able to fight this one out. I don't think it will be enough for the side of Dorado Gaming Iota to stop Game 1 going over to the side of Cosmos Lantern.
Yeah, and Cosmos Lantern's going to be able to take it all over Dorado Gaming in game number 1. It was super back and forth in the very beginning as a Splash, I think, might not be winning. Oh my goodness. Anyway, who cares if you win or lose against the minion wave, because at the very least, your team is winning against the Nexus. Congrats to Cosmos Lanterns for taking game number 1 here, but man, I gotta say, welcome back, Jaquavis, but more importantly, welcome back, Elsa from Frozen, to the mid lane. The Vel'Koz doing so much work in that game.
I still think my favorite moment from Elsa from Frozen was the Vel'Koz flank. Just because of how unorthodox that statement is. When you say the words Vel'Koz flank, immediately the thought process is, oh, free kill to enemy team.
Yeah,
Elsa
but
from Frozen made it work,
Secret Agent Elsa from Frozen going to be able to get that flank off in the right time and honestly turn around that entire game. That pick onto both Cyclone and Dibble with that ultimate to start it all off just turned into an absolute disaster for Dorado Gaming Iota here, and it's going to turn into the full-on game win. But if game number 1 was that much of a banger, I have no idea what we're gonna be having in store for the rest of the series. So don't go anywhere, as game 2 is right around the corner.
I see you, peekaboo, I see you, looking at me, looking at you. Hold up, where you going? What you doing? Who you seeing? What you need? What you want? I said, without you by my side, my side, my side. Without you by my side. One time from side to side. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. One time from side to side. Stranded in the open, dried out tears of sorrow, lacking all emotion, staring down the barrel, waiting for the final gates to open to a new tomorrow.
All right, and welcome back to game number 2 of the Conqueror League playoff quarterfinals. I am once again Anti, joined by Isaac Hassan. That game 1 was a banger and a half.
It was.
It
Yeah,
was
that's
certainly
one. It's certainly one of the games of all time. Arguably, you could say that with how inconsistent it was at it, and like the play of that game wasn't necessarily the cleanest. You could argue that it necessarily wasn't. It was more so a just series of blunders until somebody won. But either way, it was at the very least bloody and not a snooze fest. How much I will say. One thing that I'd like to see potentially here around in game 2, or something not necessarily I would like to see, but would probably not be surprised to come through, would be the ban from Dorado Gaming Iota of Vel'Koz.
Yeah, I mean, if you tune into the OED versus CWCL match earlier this week, we did see the constant bans of Vel'Koz and Ziggs every single game. This time around, neither Ziggs nor Vel'Koz going to be banned away by Dorado Gaming Iota. So, also from Frozen, going to be able to be on that comfort pick, going to be able to get a crazy flank off and essentially turn the game around here. So, barring any of those crazy turnarounds, I'm honestly interested to see as to what it is that the Cosmos Lanterns have in store for us, because that early game was certainly not in their favor. They had so much control as far as the draft is concerned early on and did absolutely nothing with it, right? So as we get later and later into the series, we're going to have to see what exactly changes, what exactly does happen. It's once again going to be that Mordekaiser ban. I would not be surprised to see the Braum ban and the Misfortune first pick, because I don't think that was an issue, right? The Misfortune was good. The team composition was fine. It's just a matter of putting yourself in a good position to actually make use of it. So right now, you know, you're likely going to be looking at a Braum ban in Blue 3, and we might be seeing the Misfortune pick again, but it's the Poppy ban, which honestly, I gotta say, I don't think Poppy was the issue. But at the very least, that does mean that they're likely going to be taking Leona on B1 here, or a super high, you know, high mobility champion. But I would not be surprised to see Leona up, but
for a high mobility. I was going to say Bard, but
yeah, but
hyper focused Bard.
Unfortunately, Leona is just that good on this patch. Blue side, first pick Leona coming on through, and the immediate Misfortune take on the other side, especially because you know that Braum is not on the table here. So Leona and Misfortune, two of the power picks that we're going to be seeing all series long here. Honestly, Misfortune Braum does just fly into that Leona, as Braum is particularly good at dealing with those hard engaged champions here. But I'm not going to be surprised if we do see, you know, I don't know, Jin, Zeri, Ezreal, something on this other side. But we're getting a very early pick, probably over to Masood.
I would be surprised if it was anything.
You know what? Who knows? It could be the Zac top, it could be the Gwen jungle. We've seen both of those things in the past here, but at the very least, we are seeing the Diego make his return. And I gotta say, I don't dislike the Diego from the Splash. Like, it does well in the team fights, it does its job, it allows the team to play around the idea of, as long as we just kill one, we can win the fight. I don't like how little impact the Splash has had on the map early on with this play.
Yeah, it's definitely at least 1 point of weakness in game 1. That was kind of a little bit of a, especially into a Moo that you would like to see more from the Splash, and 1v1s it did not be walked up to and have Scuttle Crabs smited. Mo? Is
Smitten?
But either way, I'm not too concerned, especially with how it was piloted later. Okay, okay. Game 1 was not too crazy of things, but now we've deviated into the realm of the unexpected.
I don't dislike this. I don't dislike this one bit. The Spiller are going to be picked up here. You know, one of the kind of snooze picks, but at the very least, it's a very solid pick for the side of Dorado. You have the DPS from the Gwen. Smoller going to be able to be super fine on the side. We got the double marksman, as we've seen time and time again in competitive play here. Set meaning that Zac doesn't get a chance to really do his job. Zac goes over towards the back line. Set can either, you know, face breaker him out of the air or just throw the ulti in. And the rise is not something that's that typical. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright. So
I'll let Elsa from Frozen cook, because game 1 on Vel'Koz, Vel'Koz not exactly the most expected champion ever. I mean, it is. I mean, maybe not so much for Elsa from Frozen, but just in general.
So,
I'm
all
not
right,
a fan of
let's
it,
just,
but I don't get
as long as we just disregard the how much do we choose these champions, how strong are they in the meta right now, what exactly do these champions really enable each other to do? So you've got a pretty solid 131 composition from the side of CWCL that also can very much team fight, right? You have Misfortune, you can team fight. That's literally just how these compositions work. Meanwhile, on the other side, you've got Gwen, who will likely be dragged over into a side lane, but is a team fight monster of a champion. Zach, incredibly good at just forcing it in onto this squad here. So that's one of the big issues that CWCL are going to have if they do opt for 131. It's likely going to have to be a 1-4 because the only one who will be able to stop Zach and take him out of the air, barring an ultimate being used, is going to be that set. In the meantime, Corky, phenomenal on the sideline. Gwen, great on the sideline, but even better in team fights. So it's going to be, I believe, a strong 131 composition on both sides, but one of them, namely Doga's composition, have so much more pressure to go in to force a fight on that 131 comp. So if Doga get the early lead, it could spell disaster for the Cosmos Lanterns here.
Another thing, another adaptation from game 1 that I do like a little bit more, is that this team fighting focused composition isn't as reliant on landing just one set of abilities, because we saw what happened, especially towards the end of game 1, the Curse of the Sad Bullet Time often only found one, maybe two members from the side of Cosmos Lanterns. So now that that limitation isn't as restrictive on the side of Dorado Gaming Iota, I would suspect that because they didn't necessarily play too awful in the most situation last time around, that should be fairly alright for calling them dog. That's calling them dog. It just sounds odd.
It's just doggy.
Doggy.
Yeah, it's D-O-G-I. It's doggy.
It's doggy. I need to grab my pepper around. She's a black lab. She's great. Need to have her in here for it.
I don't have any of my own. But in the meantime, as far as the game's concerned, I will say Q start on Gwen does mean, well, at the very least, Gwen versus Set is going to be a lot of fighting early on. But in the meantime, it's just going to be the standard back and forth between these two. Smolder not really a champion in the early game. Meanwhile, Jaquavis getting the upper hand here.
Hold on, he has used the pullback already. Shouldn't have the It's been a while since I've seen Set, so refresh me on the skill names. But the big shield punch W is the. That's not Haymaker. It is Haymaker. Okay.
It is Haymaker.
Oh, why did I doubt myself?
E is Facebreaker, W is Haymaker, and Ulti is Showstopper. I forget what his key's called, but either way. Set very much in a good position here, already forced the teleport back, going to get a little bit of extra damage here, and honestly, I would love to see Jaquavis just kind of move in to get some vision into the jungle, but, you know, at the very least, going to be able to make use of that, get it back off, and going to be able to make use of that. Gold lead should not need to teleport here, so a solid teleport lead for the Cosmos Lanterns here, but the question is, what is that really going to turn into? Because once again, another one of those games where we've, on one side, got a jungler who, you know, is a solid AP tank jungler that does a lot of magic damage, but has the weakness of not really being able to handle 1v1s. And on the other side, we have an AD duelist who does a phenomenal job at killing people in the jungle early. And once again, we are not getting a single invade from the splash here. It's just going to be the constant farm up until level 6, which I honestly think is a huge missed opportunity.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but I would also say it's also not necessarily the worst thing ever, being able to get your ultimate on I was about to say Set, on Viego is certainly, I mean, being able to get those resets. Oh wait, hold on, we do have a potential fight coming through. Haymaker getting used early, K-Peps not going to be able to find the CC, and okay in this top side on that.
I mean, K-Pep's going to be able to come on and make sure that that wave gets all the way pushed under tower. As I said, is one of those few champions that really can force a freeze where most champions cannot, utilizing that face breaker, utilizing that haymaker shield. But in the meantime, the wave is doing just fine in top lane. None of these summoners need to be burned, and bot lane is just slowly building up a lead for the Misfortune, for the Braum here. And as we said earlier, right, Smolder, fine champion, does the job, but very non-interactive. Honestly, I think outside of lethality Caitlyn, I would venture to argue Smolder is the least interactive AD carry in the game here, but we're seeing some interaction right now. Never mind. Immediately turns to a lie.
Oh, that's one of the things that you can do on Zach. It's one of those champs that you can decide, actually, I don't feel like it, and being able to have the second thoughts does somewhat help, but for the sake of it as casters, it is honestly a bit boring. But allowing Smolder to just kind of sit around and not interact, obviously it's on a timer, but at the very least with this recall coming through, the F sword in the inventory for Hamza, I would like to see this next time around start to push the envelope a little bit more in this bottom lane from the Misfortune.
Yeah, honestly, I will say, BF Sword start for Hamza means that we're likely going to be seeing that Bloodthirster to start things off here. And honestly, if you're playing Misfortune right now, and you're not starting things off with a Bloodthirster, I think that you're sorely losing out. That overheal shield just does so much work for her, allowing her to constantly keep up that strut, constantly able to move around at mock speeds. I mean, you don't really even need boots. You can just take the magical footwear, and you should be more than fine to just dodge absolutely everything. But if you do so desire, you can always pick up some Swifty boots and become truly impossible to catch here, as thankfully, the Cosmos Lanterns have learned from game number 1, and they are utilizing the fact that they do have Cryo to get objectives. The Dragon is going to be going down. It's going to be a trade with the Void Grubs. We're seeing much more standard macro decisions across the board from both teams.
Yeah, the common Void Grubs trade. It's not all too surprising, considering you do have the Misfortune in the bot lane going into Smolder. I would be very surprised to see it going elsewhere to play this, though. I'm going to find a little bit of damage around the Haymaker, and we were denying that little bit extra of health region. That being said, focusing on this bottom lane, hyper focus. One auto attack away from getting stunned up will be okay for now after shock down. But with to Splash starting the recall, I don't know if we're going to get too much more out of this excursion.
Yeah, I doubt there's going to be too much more going on, but this wave state is unbelievably evil on the side of the Cosmos Lanterns here. Honestly, if you're Dorado, I think that you want to try to like drag your jungler down here, try to make sure that this wave actually goes all the way in. I mean, if the Cosmos Lanterns do this just right, yeah, this is tough. Like, this is already a 19 CS lead, and this is only going to balloon with how bad this wave state looks. But right now, you can see K-Peps on the other side of the map. It says, yeah, that is your bed. You made it. Now go sleep in it. But in the meantime, it's just looking worse and worse for Smolder and Leona.
Yeah, it's a big part of the reason why I'm not necessarily the biggest Smolder fan, because it's just his lane is so lackluster, especially into Misfortune, and if I do recall correctly, they actively chose to pick Smolder into this matchup. It's just it's a bit odd, and now we're seeing the consequence of that.
I would honestly go to venture that this is not Smolder's fault. Like, this is a matter of, like, this isn't the fault of the champion. This is genuinely just Cosmos Lanterns are playing this lane very well. I mean, look at how much damage they're able to get off onto Hyperfocus here. And as the lane goes on, this CS lead, this gold lead, is getting so so much nicer for these two here. But here comes K-Peps trying to make something happen.
Here will start to come through. All the abilities used. Mom called Hamza getting low. First blood going over to Hyper Focus, and with Venoms going low. Venoms flashing away will eventually get claimed by K-Peps. No kills going on to the Steeler just yet, but as you mentioned, Needlework straight up to the top side. Masuf going to get slammed to the ground, but it's not enough on return from Jaquavis, and now to Splash. You're not allowed in your own jungle. There's lanes getting pushed everywhere, and your bot lane just went down, going to have to flash away to avoid any further kills going over to the side of Dorado Gaming. And across the map, it is 3-4-0 over to the side of Dorado Gaming, as including the solo kill going over to Masuf.
Yeah, I mean, that went from what looked like a phenomenal position for the Cosmos Lanterns to absolute disaster there. As right now, just losing out on so much of what looks like not just a gold lead, but the priority in the bot lane could mean that you're not going to be able to get that dragon stacking going. And in the meantime, the top lane slowly going the way of Masuf here is spelling bad things for the Cosmos Lanterns, because Gwen winning out in the 1v1s is not something that you're used to seeing this early on. Gwen, I'd venture to say, is one of the weaker champions on single item power spike if you rush the Riftmaker. But with Masuf getting that early kill, getting that early lead, he is going to be opting to nab that Nashor's Tooth. So it is going to be a very large spike at the item number 1 here. So it's going to be very rough for Jaquavis here, not even close to finishing that first item. Instead opted to finish out the boots first here. So you're likely going to be seeing a lot of trading up in that top lane from this Gwen. But more crucially, Gwen does not have flash. So I would love to see the Splash make something happen. And as once again, we're almost 12 minutes in, the Splash has not been a part of any of the kills. At the very least, it is 3 of the Void Grubs. It is that 1 dragon, but I need to see more from this jungler.
Yeah, it's not that great, but Masuf, again, as you were mentioning earlier, expect to see the trading here will go immune for now. Splash has to show up in this top side to show some support to the to the set Jaquavis, and all the while with the Drake now available, I should suspect we'll see moving on to it. That being said, this isn't over. Masuf going low, trying to find Jaquavis, and time will not, with the Haymaker shield, keeping the set alive just long enough for the support from the jungle to come through.
Yeah, and honestly, that's one of those moments where if you are in top lane, if you're playing Gwen, if you are Masuf there, you look at Jaquavis running at you on side and you say, this is weird. You don't win this. This doesn't make any sense at all. And all of a sudden, welcome to competitive League of Legends. There is no such thing as a 1v1. And there it is, the Splash going to be able to get some things done on the map. I was literally just saying I'd love to see a little bit more interaction from this jungler early on, especially on a champion that has the ability to just get those early duels off onto the enemy jungler. But right there, here we go. First kill going over to Splash, and that's a fully finished Triforce, which could mean quite a bit here. But Hamza walking up pretty far. No flash on this Misfortune.
No flash, but no engage from K-Peps either. Still waiting a little bit longer. K-Peps has been in the bottom half of this map for the past 2 or so minutes, and especially with Splash showing in top lane earlier, I would have liked to have seen at least anything have been collected from K-Peps. But all the while, there's just been a lot of waiting, trying to find the perfect moment for to gank this bottom side. With Drake up now, and now to Splash moving all the way back down, having impacted the map in the top lane. Now picking up that Hex Tech Drake. It's just been a lot of time committed for really nothing on the side of Dorado Gaming Iota.
Yeah, a huge time investment here, but it's not really going to amount to too much in the meantime. The Splash, you know, it's almost like the man can hear me, just very happy to pick up that dragon, to pick up these objectives, make use of the priority from his laners here. And in the meantime, top lane not necessarily going the greatest, but with the plates going down, this tower damage not necessarily going to mean the most as long as you can keep the entire thing from going down. But now, with Rift Herald being started up here by K-Pets, by Masu, this could turn into the full-on early tower take.
Hyperfocus is here early, though, and I don't think Splash has any specific knowledge of the support, enemy support being there, but they'll just call it off. Eh. I was hoping bringing everybody up like that would result in some sort of big fight around the Rift Herald, but here we are. Again, so as we were.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, that is how it's going to be. As Elsa from Frozen just going to clear out this mid lane against Cyclone. I mean, if Rise is famous for one thing outside of being an incredibly low win rate in solo queue, it's farming, right? I mean, so much of the time you hear people making jokes about like, oh yeah, you know, Doenby Rise farm hack, right? But a lot of that is because Rise is a phenomenal champion at getting around the map and getting the gold into your own pocket here. So right now, Elsa from Frozen really doing exactly what is needed from him. Going to be able to pick up the gold, whether it be kills or the minions, and it really is just the kills onto the minions here. And in the meantime, bot lane still going further and further in the favor of Hamza and Venoms.
I mean, that's about as expected, especially with the gold lead. But, you know, the Bird of Execution is still on the side of Hamza and Venoms to start to push this one away. Hold on, is there a fight in the mid lane that I didn't quite see? Actually, hold on, moving back again, once more to the bottom side map. Teleport's coming through. Jaquavis is here. Does have a good angle to find the showstopper. Gets one finally going down. Hamza claiming hyper focus, and now on the back side, this should be two. Going over to the side of Cosmos. Lands his teleport coming through to keep the Zac alive for now, but not much longer. But Cyclone is still here. Venom's going to hop towards the enemy team despite being low. Flash away, and the re-engage from to Splash. Trying to disguise that one, but will it be enough?
Cyclone
Quirky finding damage. Cyclone getting that first kill. Now that second one. Even third, actually. Jaquavis should be able to get out in time. And the teleport, unfortunate not to save K-Peps on the quirky teleport onto the little blob. But nonetheless, an absolutely impactful use of that summoner spell from Cyclone. Picking up the triple kill and turning that fight right around on its head.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that one was a little bit of a head scratcher. It was a crazy fight initially for the side of the Cosmos Lanterns, and then they just push too far over and over and over again. Cyclone gonna be able to pick up a triple kill. Honestly, I kind of wonder just how much gold the man picked up off of that fight, off of that, you know, full on all in here. You know, just slowly getting closer and closer.
Pep's going to force the flash out of Elsa from Frozen, but Hamza's here. K-Pep's no more passive available, will be taken down after an ill-advised engage. Saw the really low health target, saw that potentially that he could grab that free kill, but just, once again, as you said earlier, there's rarely a 1v1 in organized play of League of Legends, and it's held true there once again.
I mean, in the end, Elsa from Frozen going to be able to pick up a little bit more gold. As I will say, Cosmos Lanterns, this has been their rock. This has been the #1 player to watch out for the side of Cosmos Lanterns. Just always going to be someone to be paying attention to in these fights, always able to have a very stable laning phase, to have a very stable team fight. But right now, sitting on 2 items should be able to turn this into so much more. The Rift Herald also going to be popped in the mid lane, means that you're going to have free roam across the entire map with this Rise.
Yeah, and I mean, mid tier 1 is such a huge objective with how much it opens up the map. And added that on top of the semi-global ultimate that Rise does have available, I would suspect we'll start to see a lot more of a bloody game, because it took us a little bit for this one to get going, but we are here now, and I would hope to see it get a little bit more exciting, especially now as Frozen.
Yeah, we got 4 on drag. Top laner's not going to be joining this one because we've got no teleports on either of these guys. In the meantime, it's going to be the quick dragon take and much more importantly, the quick dragon stacking for the Cosmos Lanterns here. 1 away from Soul already. Quavis not necessarily having the best time in this top lane versus Masuf, but should be all right.
For now, that will be the snip used from Masuf, but meanwhile straight over to the bottom lane, the slow will guarantee the stun from the solar flare, but with the extra shield coming through on the Seraph's Embrace will keep him alive, and so that's a lot committed from the side of Dorado Gaming Iota to get honestly a relatively big cooldown. No longer going to be available there for, at least in terms of survivability from Elsa, going to be taken away, but not going to find any sort of gold or kill from that. With the...
I mean, it's a decent cooldown there when it comes to the Seraph's Embrace, but much more importantly, that is no teleport on a Rise all the way in bot lane when you're looking at the potential of Baron. But I will say, Cosmos Lanterns don't really have the DPS to actually take down this Baron if they don't have Elsa from Frozen in the area. I think that would be very, very difficult for them to not just go for the Baron, but go for the Baron in a way that you could actively sneak quickly enough that Dorado Gaming Iota have no idea what you're doing. So as we get further and further into this game here, I would love to see some kind of punish from Dorado Gaming Iota on the TP advantage here, but right now it seems like it's just going to be the Cosmos Lanterns playing guard dog around this Baron, you know, trying to make sure that nobody else lays a hand on that purple worm while they themselves cannot really threaten it. In the meantime, hyper focus on a ward.
Full of knowledge. He said Elsa from Frozen. Oh, we're going to have a potential 1v1 there. Hyper focus gone away. Very, very tense moments across the map, but still nothing quite coming through there. And with another 3 minutes for the next straight coming up, I don't suspect we'll see too much committed from the side of Cosmos Lanterns unless there's an absolutely huge blunder from Dorado Gaming Iota. But with the amount of time, I have noticed the Smolder has now managed to start to bring back that deficit. And what are these Smolder stacks, I wonder? We're getting to a point where it could be slightly more dangerous.
204. Oh, man.
Okay, so we 215, right?
Oh my god. You know what? This reminds me of this reminds me of one of my 225.
225. Okay, so he's not
so this
quite
reminds me of one of my hold on, who cares about that?
Cyclone going to just hop away now to splash, also going to commit a flash away to try to find this kill, but K-Peps is here. Cyclone going low, will be able to get the shutdown on Elsa from Frozen, but as teleports get committed, Venoms will keep his jungler alive for now, but Elsa from Frozen, where do you go with the Gwen on top of you? Going to be taken down, shut down, getting picked up by Masuf, but all the while K-Peps won't be able to get the passive off and hop away, so a trade of 2 for 1, kind of just out of the blue. It's a bit of an odd reason why I get why you go for the fight there. Somebody's caught out, any sort of gold is nice. It's just a bit weird that that everybody commits so much for this fight. Dibble, flash forward from Venoms, trying to find the Winter's Bite. Dibble going low, committing Mom, and now Jaquavis is here. The ADC won't get fooled by Jaquavis. Flash forward from Hamza won't be enough.
The Cinders!
And Dibble will be fine.
And just like that, Dibble flashes on out, uses the Cinder move speed to walk away there. There's just no chance for them to catch up to this dragon is what I would say if they weren't still on that wild goose chase. And right now, to Splash being the one playing interference here, while your entire team is on Baron, you're smiting there? You're actually going to be smiting there when your team is on the Baron. Okay, never mind. I'm sorry. Too much flame. Anyway.
I would... No, go ahead.
Anyway, I will say that was definitely a large point of disconnect for the team, right? You're getting the teleport down from Jaquavis here, but now it is going to be the Cosmos Lanterns just trying to look for an in onto this dragon, but is definitely far from theirs.
It could be a bit too early of a teleport from Jaquavis, but a few cooldowns committed onto the top laner of Cosmos Lantern. Now, as they really moved out to try to find the kill onto Jaquavis, this allowed the real estate for the side of Cosmos Lantern just walk into the pit and claim a 24-minute Herald. And with everybody in the bottom lane, teleports committed, nothing available except for Cyclone. They would maybe try to move over to this Baron even.
Yeah, honestly, the Rise Ultimate, the Realm Warp, going to be able to just turn into the full-on Baron. Nobody in the area. This is not going to be contested in the slightest, but the Splash does not have Smite. They have to turn.
Going to turn around, going low. K-Pep's claim to start off this fight. Actually a pretty big champion to claim here on the side for Viego, going low, but the execute does come through. TES flashbang that kill. Dibble's still alive. Can they turn around, find yet another kill? Double kill going over to Cyclone, and Dibble full health. Cyclone as well, nearly full health. Hamza nowhere to go. That's the wrong side of the map. I mean, he should have
The
the
Smolders?
speed.
Sorry, the Cinders are actually so high value in this game, but in the end, it does not mean enough, as we see twice where people almost managed to find their way on out there. But that was looking so good for the Cosmos Lanterns, but unfortunately, Splash just did not have Smite up, so they weren't comfortable committing all the way to the Baron, so they do look to turn, and they managed to get a few kills traded back and forth, but in the end, it is going to be Dorado Gaming Iota coming out on top of that Baron play. But I gotta say, Isaac, the fact that Dorado Game Iota decide to give up that inner lane on the Dragon take in order to try to kill off Jaquavis early is a little bit baffling to me. Like, that soul being given over so simply feels completely off here, especially because that's an Infernal Soul. That's not an insignificant amount of damage.
No, it's not, and to just hand it over like that, the only thing I can imagine that was going through their heads that they would have thought they had enough damage to try to claim Jaquavis to start out that fight and turn it into a non-contest just outright. See, I mean, it's there's some logic with that. It was just very ill-advised, and honestly, I'm trying to kind of grasping at straws to give them an out here as more of a like, well, this might have been what they're thinking, but it is also not necessarily be the correct thoughts, for the lack of a better term, in my head right now. That's not exactly a good. Those aren't the words you should exactly be saying in most situations, having incorrect thoughts. But like, for the lack of a better term. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, though, I will say, right? League of Legends, you have to remember, it's not just an objective-focused game, but it is also a team-based game. And honestly, the most important thing about playing a team-based game is reminding yourself that 5 people doing something stupid together is much more important and much more effective than 4 people doing something smart together and 1 person doing something stupid, or 4 people doing something stupid together and 1 person doing something smart. So right now, you got 4 people sitting in this bush. Masuf might be in trouble here, but going to be able to spot them out with the early ward. Does not do something stupid, and instead decides to keep it clean, just keep it really reserved here. So much of that vision control over to the side of the Cosmos Lanterns is going to be paying out dividends here, but more importantly, Dorado Gaming Iota is still not going to be handing them these free wins, these free opportunities, as they're still going to be holding on to that gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's a gold lead. It is, in fact, a gold lead, but I mean, 1.5 gold at almost 30 minutes when you also have an Infernal Soul. I mean, is it really? Like,
yeah, I mean, at the very least, what I will say, right? So much of that gold is not just on this Corki, a lot of it is also on the Gwen, right? So Gwen and Corki very, very strong in team fights, and much more importantly, you know, Smolder might be down a little bit of gold. Actually, Smolder a little bit up, surprisingly so.
Yeah.
But you know, Smolder at the very least, you know, doesn't need to be ahead in order to be a threat in these fights, because you've gotten past that 225 stack point. You've gotten to the most important point of the game, where now Smolder isn't just a dragon. You have Elder Dragon at home, and right now might be sent home.
The start of the fight will be fairly even. To Splash going low, to Splash getting claimed by the burn of Dibble on the execute. Jaquavis going in, will find a return kill, so currently 1 for 1. Smolder picking up yet another one. Hamza going low, Hamza going down. As you said, it was the Elder Drake at home coming up big. Quadra kill for Dibble, and a non-insignificant, at least 2 of those kills came from the delayed burn on this dragon.
Looking for Penta?
Drake. Yeah, Pinta. I don't think so, with Jaquavis being as far back as he is, but still 4 kills going to Dibble. And if there was a question of whether if Dibble was now officially in the game, well, there's the official statement there. The I can't do the aficionado. You know, when you know the things that soccer clubs released when they announce a player.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but I love the energy.
Comunicado oficial.
Comunicado oficial?
I don't speak Spanish, so.
Neither do I. It's fine. I'm Filipino. I speak Tagalog. We've got a few Spanish words here and there, but either way, as we get into the thick of things, you know, let's try and get a little bit more of a zoom in on some of these players. As the Elder Dragon is up, we have not really seen a real fight around these dragons just yet here, but Venom's the one playing interference here. Elsa from Frozen now coming on in.
It's here now, but they're a bit split up. Hyper Focus going to try to find a way in with the Solar Flare. Dibble getting that first kill. Jaquavis on the flash won't get enough damage onto Cyclone. Hamza at the very least turns one back around. So currently start off this fight. It is 2 for 1 going over to the favor of Dorado Gaming. And with the abilities available still and the health bars, I'd have to imagine that this is very much going over to the side of Dorado Gaming. Elsa going low, going not down just yet. That'll be to Splash, so no more smite available for this Elder Drake. With these health bars so low, I don't think there's much that the side of Cosmos Lanterns can do. Elder Drake claimed, staying around a bit too far, will force the passive out of the Zac here for now, but you're still so low, and without the Elder Drake getting taken away, you're just staying around a bit too long. I mean, I could appreciate the optimism from the side of Cosmos Lantern, of Hamza and Elsa from Frozen there, but it's just not where you want to be. And with the kill coming as late as it is, this just might be a free Baron going over to the side of Dorado Gaming Iota without the.
And I gotta ask you, Isaac. So Elder Dragon at home was already a handful to deal with, but now that you've got Elder Dragon at store, what in the world do the Cosmos Lanterns do in order to deal with this? Like, it's just so unbelievably difficult to deal with this much burn damage, especially as Dibble is getting the Bloodthirster pickup now, making this one little dragon even harder to deal with as this game continues, just constantly putting out so much damage, constantly a threat in these fights, and Hamza has not been able to match with this ultimate on the Misfortune. There's been a lot of focus on Misfortune early on in these drafts, but as the series goes on here, I'm wondering if that focus does drop off. The Misfortunes just have not been able to really push their leads, to really make use of those bullet times here. But right now, as we continue, they're still trying to look for some picks here and there, because they cannot 5v5 into this Elder Dragon Baron buff team.
No, they just have to watch their inhibitor go. Tried to find anything, anything being a move down onto Masuf, but all the while it's just not. There's just nothing available. If there is one thing that you can take away on the side of Cosmos Lantern, It's the fact that you have a Smolder on the enemy team with a lot of stacks. Now, that's usually not a good thing unless if you get a reset on Viego. And then you have the Smolder with a stupid amount of stacks on your team.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of that,
but that's a huge what if.
Like, I'm clutching at straws here. You say it's a huge what if, and it is fairly huge in most situations, but it might not be as huge as it has been because, you know, both these teams haven't been the best at holding their leads. But yeah, I mean, overall, it's not the great situation you want to be if you're on the side of Cosmos Lanterns. I'm grasping at straws here, grasping at any last thing that I can find as a way back in for Cosmos Lantern, as it is.
But as we've seen before, you know, comebacks are definitely a possibility. This might be an 8,000, 10,000 almost gold lead here for the side of Dorado Gaming Iota. But I've seen teams throw harder leads from higher places, but in the end here, look at the damage coming on through onto this tower. Baron buff paying out massive dividends here, but Elsa from Frozen on the rise, going to be able to continue to farm up against this wave, just slowly building up towards that death cap. I mean, rise something that you have to be scared of every single time, and there is a huge power spike over to Elsa from Frozen here, likely going to be able to just clear out all these waves for absolutely forever. Who knows if he's going to be holding on to those boots towards the end, but at the very least, you're gonna have to start just moving this gold around, right? Hamza right now slowly building closer and closer towards that infinity edge, but nobody really is going to be at that 10 CS a minute outside of Elsa from Frozen. I mean, I guess at this point, Elsa from Frozen isn't even at 10 CS a minute. That's a little bit above, as minute 37 is closing on in here. Gonna start to distribute the waves on over, but I don't know. Rise as a pick, I honestly think was doing fine for the team. It's just a matter of what can you as a team do. It's not what can the Rise do for your team, but what can you do for the Rise to make sure that the man actually makes use of this pick and manages to really output the DPS that we know this champion can do if you do get to those later stages of the game.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, how do you do it into this enemy team without the rest of your team immediately dying? At the very least, to splash on an insane flank angle, it's just still really difficult no matter how you put it, especially with the second Elder Drake coming up within the next minute. And the amount of control that that Dorado Gaming have over this pit, and with the extra super minions pushing in, just how long can you really try to contest this Elder Drake until it just goes away for free? I don't know if you're on the side of Cosmos Lanterns. It's just,
yeah,
and nothing's ever doomed until the Nexus goes, but it's about as close as it gets.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely looking really rough here. And in the meantime, Jaquavis looking at a flank, gonna get chased off by Masuf here. Oh, hold on.
Will land the true damage, though, onto the Gwyn. You don't dodge that little center spec. That is going to hurt just about anybody. This fight will continue on, though. Venom's going to get that kill. Bullet time going to be huge there. Doing all the damage. You're saying that the misfortune wasn't all that impactful earlier, but all she needs is one fight where she could just sit really unobstructed. Dibble going to use the barrier, going to find the double kill on the backside of that fight. Won't be able to, won't quite get the full ace there. That's going to be Dibble alive, taking something out of this fight. He remains for now. But with the Elder Drake now going over to the side of Cosmos Lanterns this late, and the kill timers as long as they are, I don't think they will be able to end, but they should at least be able to get the Baron.
Yeah, and a Baron up Elder here. Definitely going to be feeling pretty dang good for the Cosmos Lanterns. Was a little bit of the commitment here, but the teleport in from Asuf forces the backs.
Oh, wait. Can they cancel? No, the recalls aren't canceled in time.
Wind is immune.
Wind is immune, but I don't think it would be enough with the execute and the damage coming through from the Elder Drake. But at the very least, it is an open nexus and something you have to constantly take care of, as the super minions will be pouring in through that bottom lane. Cyclone still has teleport available, so it's definitely. Oh wait, nope. Of course, if I say that, the bot lane inhibitor comes right back up.
Yeah, I mean, both of the inhibs coming up definitely could be a huge deterrent to the potential of a backdoor. Corki still does have the teleport, so you got to be pretty dang careful over there here. But right now, Elder Dragon on 3. Baron buff in the eyes of the Cosmos Lanterns. And I gotta say, right, you have to be so unbelievably wary on the side of Dorado Gaming Iota, as no matter how much later in the game you get, right, your Gwen will be doing more damage. She will not be getting more health to avoid getting one-shot by Set. Set will get closer and closer to those crazy one-shot moments, but you will never be further away, right? Level 18 on everyone, and there's no chance that you can get more and more health as this game goes on. You didn't take Grasp of the Undying, so Jaquavis winning that 1v1 was unbelievably crucial here, and it spells a huge turning point for this game, where all of a sudden the Cosmos Lanterns have the upper hand on Dorado. They have the Baron taken. They have the Elder buff for a few more seconds, but right now here you have to play it so safe.
Use Dibble going low. Dibble going down. Dibble is burned away. Bullet time doing a bunch of damage there, combined with the extra burn. Hamza allowed to get that kill for free, and with these health bars going low, not quite down just yet. Elder Drake does expire, but Cyclone is eventually claimed by Jaquavis. That's 2 kills, 2 huge kills going on to the most key targets onto the side of Dorado Gaming. None of their damage is left alive, and with all 5 members of Cosmos Lanterns still alive, that'll be 1 taken back over for now, but it's not enough. Everybody's down on the side of Dorado Gaming, and against the run of play. I mean, at this point, I don't even know.
Oh my god. Dibble gets tagged by the very edge of the bullet time there, and just barely goes down in the most crucial fight of the game. Dorado going to be going down after what seemed like it was so in control for them for a while. At the very beginning, Cosmos Lanterns had a lead, had control, and then all of a sudden Dorado pull it back. The game looks over. It's 10,000 gold nearly in their advantage, and in the end it only takes 1 fight, it only takes 1 kill, and once again a solo laner getting a kill off of the flank turns the game around in the Cosmos Lanterns' favor. And you have to be kidding me. The fact that they managed to keep the mental fortitude to bring that one all the way back from the brink there is insane. And if game number 2 looked like that, make sure to watch game number 3, because I don't know if my heart can take this any longer.
I mean, at this point, why are we even talking about gold leads, honestly? Right, like, with how these games have gone so far. But that's my maybe not, honestly, probably anti-constructive, destructive takeaway from this game too. But yeah, that's all I am.
Yeah, I mean, that's how it's gonna be. So don't go anywhere, because game 2 is right around the corner. Game 3, sorry. Oh my goodness.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul.
All right, and welcome to game number 3 of the Conqueror League Playoff Quarterfinals. If you missed those first 2 games, you absolutely missed out. Games number 1 and games number 2 were bangers and a half, and we got to talk about that last game, Isaac. That was something else.
It was. I experienced real life CC, and like the game went so hard. I experienced a real life CC chain of that lasted like at least.
It's still going.
Seconds.
Like you can see it on screen right now.
It's still going. It's not a hard CC. It's not a hard CC chain anymore.
Yeah, it's like the Soraka silence field. You walk in, you walk out. You know. But either way, last game was absolutely a banger. Super back and forth. At the very end, it was not Elsa from Frozen getting that flank. It was Jaquavis getting the super crucial flank off and able to win that 1v1 into Masuf right when it truly mattered. But I also got to say, right, as we get into this game right here, right, game number 3, doggies backs against the wall. Yeah, we're just going to be calling them that for the rest of the series, right. You know, but their backs against the wall. They have to make something happen. And I mean, the Rise did quite a bit of work. The Misfortune, obviously a huge power pick here, but I got to say, right, at the very least, you have to look at the competitions. You have to look at the drafts. I think that they've been good, but at the very least, you want to make sure that your drafts are as good as possible. And what better way to do it than with pro comps? Yeah, I mean, so pro comps are sponsor for the stream here. A huge thank you to them. A very helpful, program that allows you to get an idea of what is your tendencies, what is your opponent's tendencies, what kind of champions they like to play, what kind of champions your team can play and synergize with one another. It's got over 200,000 users, and best of all, it's completely free, so why not go ahead and show them some love. In the meantime, we are going to be seeing a swap between the sides here, so we're not going to be seeing the Mordekaiser ban on B1 ban, but instead I'm guessing it's going to be the Dorado squad's ban immediately on the red side.
Yeah, just taking away a lot of comfort there. Not all too surprising. I'd imagine that most of these bans stay somewhat similar throughout the first few rounds, but one thing I've been calling for, I want to see some Bard on the side of Dorado Gaming. I'm not going to let it down. We're going to see Bard. Bard's going to be locked in. Hyper Focus is going to hyper carry this game on Bard.
I feel
we're going to go to game 4.
Bard would be so fun to see, but at the very least, Misfortune, there it is, going to be banned away here, so we're likely going to see the Leona. That has literally just been how this entire series has gone. Leona, Misfortune, those are the two picks to be. What in the world? We're blue side first picking Smolder? Okay, I mean, it can go into the mid lane, it can go into AD carry, so I can see the point here, especially because Dibble did so much work on it in that last game, but there is the Leona going to be taken away from Venom here, and I gotta say, Dorado not necessarily in the worst position, but I will say Hamza and Venom absolutely had the upper hand on Dorado's bot lane in that last game with the Misfortune Leona. So now that you got the Smolder, now that you're going to be playing the other side of the matchup, I'm particularly interested to see how things do work out. I would love to see that Poppy forced over to the support position, not forced over, but slotted into the support position, but it is going to be another moment for Jaquavis Poppy.
I'm not the huge fan of the extremely early Poppy pick. Okay, wait. What?
Vlad? Interesting. So Vladimir, very strong AoE mage, has been, not in the meta for a long time, right? Nobody really plays this champion, but at the same time, very few people understand not only what this champion does, but how to play against the champion. What kind of champions will really be able to lock them down, to really put them in a bad position. And I will venture to say, Jarvan and Anivia are two champions that are particularly nice into Vlad because, if he goes in a pool, he's still stuck behind those walls, relatively immobile mage there. But I don't think we're going to be seeing either of those picked up here. In the meantime, Skarner going to be getting picked up here. That's one of the reasons why we're seeing the Mordekaiser being moved away. But what do they have in response to the Vladimir? Only time will tell.
Well, also another advantage of Vladimir on this red side here is that you can definitely move it around the map as well. Try to shift it into a more favorable matchup if it's not available, and that doesn't mean you'll guarantee.
Smolder mid. Okay. I don't hate this. Actually, I like this a lot. It is going to be Hamza and Venom with the various Braum, and Yone coming on in definitely has the ability to absolutely make Smolder's life a living hell if you're playing it right. But once again, you have to remember, with the magic damage junglers and the physical damage solo lanes, this is generally how the meta has been going, right? I mean, the burn items do so much work in the jungle here, but we're not going to be seeing a Leandries on the Skarner. Instead, it's just going to be the standard Skarner jungle. The question is, can K-Peps make something happen early on into the set?
Into the set? Wait, what?
Sorry. The series, the set, the game.
Yeah, okay.
Not the champion. The champion's gone.
I thought for a second, like, am I seeing something?
Oh yeah, no, that's a set skin. That's not Udyr.
I mean, I mean, what is visual clarity?
Either way, Smolder mid is something that we have seen in the NACL OQ, so it coming on out here is something that I'm honestly excited to see what they have in store for us here, but it doesn't really seem to be something that's a comfort pick here. Like, this is very much a takeaway pick. I don't think this is something where it's like, oh yeah, we want to play Smolder for the sake of playing Smolder. We want to play Smolder because we do not want to be dealing with Dibble's Smolder again. But now that it is going to be the Jhin Leona versus the Varus Braum, I would be hard-pressed to find anything other than just damage on damage coming out in this bot lane. Seems to be very nice for these two. In the meantime, top side, Jaquavis is likely going to be running into quite a few issues against the Vlad. This is almost impossible to gank this champion.
Yeah, I mean, just being able to go untargeted and hopping away, certainly. I mean, not only that, but Ghost and Flash on top of the. I always forget the name of that rune because it's rarely used. The
Phase Rush.
Phase Rush. I always want to call it Fleet Footwork, but it's not because that's the one that Jhin has.
Yeah, that's Elsa's job.
Yeah. No. Yeah, and Cyclone also.
And Dibble.
Yeah.
Oh man.
And Dibble. I just realized how many Fleet Footworks we have. Wait, hold on. It's not. I mean, it's not necessarily the biggest thing ever. But yeah, no. Back to the original point of being basically ungankable, being able to survive on this fairly. Actually, I don't know how well decently Vladimir scales. At least not recently. I know historically he has been, but like in comparison to a few other champions that we see in the game,
I would venture to say. I would venture to say Vladimir is one of the hardest scaling champions in the game, right? The champion really just needs items to make things work, and once you've got enough items in the right position, you are an absolute monster that's not only difficult to kill, but difficult to stay away from. In the meantime, bot lane fights coming in.
Find a way onto Hamza, the fourth pop of the grenade, going to do a lot of damage there. Dibble going to flash forward with the fourth shot. 1, 2, 3, 4 goes down Hamza, and that will be first blood going over to the bot lane of Dorado Gaming Iota. As you were saying in draft, you wanted to see a lot of damage coming through this bot lane that Dorado Gaming have drafted, and well, there it is.
Yeah, but here it is. Venom's going to try to freeze the wave in a decent position for themselves here. And I will say, right, Cosmos Lanterns opted to counterpick this, right? I mean, this was saved until the very end here, where the Varus ended up being their, power pick, their way how to change up things in the bot lane, and losing out that early kill is rough as hell. And I will also note, Hamza missed the first 3 minions in the first wave. I'm not sure if the man is as comfortable on Varus as he wants to be right now. Had spent the last game playing a full build Misfortune for a hot minute. So you got to readjust. You have to put yourself back into the position needed, back into the mindset needed here. In the meantime, Elsa from Frozen just going to continue to farm up into this Yone. It's going to continue to try to stay in a position where you're not in danger here. In the meantime, the Splash just going to look for as much farm as possible. The Scuttles will be traded, but K-Peps nowhere to be found.
And going back to the idea of mentality, especially after last game, gank not going to result in much, as previously mentioned. Going back to the mentality, being able to get that 2v2 kill in the bottom lane on Dibble, especially with how that last game ended, and you know how if you are Dibble, how unfortunate it is, and how easily that can ruin your mindset for a whole series. Being able to get that 2v2 kill into an intentional counter pick from the side of I was about to, Cosmo's Lantern. It does wonders for the mentality there.
Does wonders for the heart, does wonders for the soul here. But in the meantime, Jaquavis and Masuf just going to continue to farm it out in this top side. This is not going to turn into too much in the top lane. This is a nearly impossible to gank champion, but hold on, you know, little trades back and forth. But in the meantime, right, Vlad, very, very difficult to gank, especially when the one way how to deal damage to this champion does not really mean so much, because he's always going to be able to heal back up. It doesn't matter if you have one good trade, you have to find ways how to keep him from healing up off the wave, and Poppy can't do that. Like, Poppy as a champion physically cannot do that. So this champion is going to have a free realm to just constantly farm back up, as the rest of the map doesn't really see much development here. The dragon is going to get started up for the side of Dorado, but the question is, how much more is this really going to turn into? Are we going to be seeing the grub trades, or are we just going to be seeing the Splash going back to playing Farm Simulator?
Would have to imagine that it would be the club trades coming through sometime around now, or at least claiming 2, if not all 3. That being said, with the waves getting pushed in on either side of the map, this just might be to Splash getting caught out. K-Peps is here. Gonna try to find the stun. Will do onto to Splash, but not getting enough damage outright so early, and it will be 2. Should be 2 grubs going over to the side of Dorado Gaming Iota. So alongside the Drake and bonus grubs, early advantage going on the side of Dorado Gaming. Very, very soundly.
Yeah, early advantage going quite nicely to Dorado, which honestly, when you got a team comp like this, definitely going to be feeling pretty good, because you also scale incredibly well. Vladimir just going to be able to constantly farm up in this lane. There's essentially no real threat over here. Masuf going to be dropping a little bit of health there, but as we can see, manages to survive quite a bit.
On Fate Seal, not going to find the smolder there. Elsa from Frozen flashing away, and well, at the very least, that summoner spell not going to be available for a potential future gank, but nonetheless, not going to be worried too much, at least in the next few seconds here.
Yeah, I mean, in the meantime, top lane going to be able to get that wave pushed all the way in, but Masuf is able to just continue to farm up, still has not backed, but there we go. My favorite thing with Poppy is just the ability to just constantly trade under tower. You have your passive, you have just so much tankiness here that it works out so nicely here. Jaquavis gonna just pop the waves all the way back, just looking for the opportunity to maybe deny a little bit of farm, deny a freeze on the wave, and a full-on back for the Poppy means a little bit more gold in the pocket.
Yeah, just that little bit more, but honestly, the biggest thing here is, what about? Hold on.
Oh, you good? All right.
No,
well,
hold on. I got ganked IRL by my dog.
No worries. No worries.
Yeah,
while Isaac is out fighting his own demons right now, the the doggy squad is just going to continue to farm up across the map here. As you can see, this team is continually pulling out the gold leads just back and forth. There's only about 200 gold, but one kill is definitely going to be feeling pretty good to begin with, and it's going to be difficult to make anything happen as this moves on.
Oh, Chain of Corruption not going to find its way onto either member of the bottom lane for the side of Dorado Gaming. And so, despite bringing their jungler down to try to find a return kill for their bottom lane, it's going to not involve much. And with that knowledge now, Fate Seal going to miss Elsa from Frozen by quite the margin. A bit of a miscommunication. Elsa from Frozen going to get that slight extra move speed, and it will be enough to stay alive even without the flash.
Yeah, and as I've been saying, Elsa from Frozen is absolutely the rock for this team, is absolutely the one person to just constantly keep your eyes on. And we're seeing it right here. You know, the Dorado Gaming Iota just tries to make something happen in that mid lane again and again. K-Peps, you know, was able to burn the flash, was able to try to punish it. But in the meantime, it's just the E and then a hop skip away from Elsa from Frozen. And all of a sudden, you know, all of that time gets spent and nothing in return. You get the ultimate, but nothing too crazy here. In the meantime, Masouf doing Masouf things, just gonna continue to farm up, not losing out in these trays, not losing out in the minions, and certainly not losing out in the damage here, as this Vlad is going to be a huge problem, as nothing can stop this man.
Not currently, and I'd have to imagine, as you're mentioning, that it shouldn't trade too much. That being said, teleport's getting used mid lane. We might just have a fight in around the Void Grubs. First one claimed over to the side of Cosmo's Lantern, but with positioning now, again, 2-for-1 trade around the Void Grubs, and with Dragon still up, we just might see another trade of objectives going in favor of Dorado Gaming Iota.
I mean, right now, Dorado Gaming Iota going to be ahead in both the gold and the objectives here. The lane swap, not necessarily something that we're used to seeing this early on, but honestly, it works out just fine for Dorado, as Elsa from Frozen is just going to continue to farm up in this mid lane. Is this an AP Smolder?
That's what it looks like.
I mean, I guess so. Makes sense. You know, just going to be picking up those double burn items. But in the meantime, top lane, there's just nothing you can do in this lane. Like, Jaquavis just constantly trying to make something happen, but just no real amount of meaningful interaction here.
It's grasps that?
Yeah, I mean, you get grasp.
Yeah, it's grasp stacks at the very least. We'll a little bit on each of these individual auto attacks. Stacking such a Jaquavis. I mean, there you go. It's Masouf just going to heal up. But one thing that I'm very impressed by from the side of Dorado Gaming Iota is the fact that they've been able to force these objectives to be in a situation where they can claim about as close to all of them as possible. And with Jaquavis going low and Masouf such high on health, this would be a little bit of a tricky situation. Masouf should be able to get this. Going to be claiming the Drake. Masouf still not going to be able to have vision of Jaquavis. This is a very extended slow fight. There it is, finally! Solo kill going over to Masouf. For a second, I thought that Jaquavis would be able to get away, or at least sneak something out with the playing around the vision of the bushes, but no, the healing just too massive. Every single time that Q comes back off cooldown, Masouf, it's one of those things where I honestly got baited by his low health bar, but you know, Vladimir does Vladimir things.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I've been saying, Isaac. Vladimir is going to be essentially uncontestable in this side lane here, as Jaquavis just continuing to struggle, continuing to try to get to a point where he can be useful to the team, but I don't know. This is a phenomenal pocket pick to have under your belt here for Masouf, and I don't think any of the Cosmos Lanterns were prepared to be dealing with it.
I struggle to see a reason why they would prepare for it, honestly. When's the last time you've seen Vladimir played just in general? And but I guess it comes back to the questionable early Poppy pick, especially showing Poppy top that early, which does open up the option for, like I said, the Vladimir top is going to be under vision. Hamza going to have to cleanse very early. Chain of Corruption does land onto Hyper Focus. Will avoid the brunt of that immediate damage. Now to Splash is here. That slow is going to come through, but I don't think it'll be enough damage to find onto Hamza. No, it won't. No curtain call either. So a kill going back the way of Cosmos Lantern, and that is them on the kill board for now. But all the way across, hold on, that was going to be traded over for the Rift Herald. With how low a few of these towers are, I would like to see Capeps trying to find a flank. Fate Seal won't find anything there, but being below health towers, that mid lane tower should be going down any second.
I mean, right now I would be very, very surprised if it was going to be anything but just focus on, you know, this mid lane, right? You don't even need the Herald in order to take down that tower. You can just go ahead and swap your bot lane on over, you know, just make sure that this one gets fully taken here. But in the meantime, Elsa and Cyclone just going toe to toe. The Fate Seal not going to be available for the Yone, meaning that this Smolder is just going to continue to farm on up. We have the fully finished Blackfire Torch over here, and it's going to get a little bit of a pause in the meantime. But I gotta say, let's just take a look at the map, but more importantly, take a look at the available win conditions for these teams, right? Jaquavis is in a rough as hell position. Masuf is just constantly able to heal off this Poppy, constantly able to get the better of these trades, because even if you do take a bad trade, the Vlad is just going to be able to heal off of the wave here. And the fully finished death cap for the first item is going to mean a little bit of that early health as well, because you know how Vlad's passive works. But I gotta say, once we get into these mid-game fights is when we're going to really start to see the power of the Vlad come on in. The later and later it does get into the game, though, you know, Smolder is going to be a big threat here if Masuf doesn't get on top of that little dragon there. I mean, in the meantime, Jaquavis, it's just going to be suffering up here. Like, there's almost nothing to say other than, man, this is rough.
Well, this is rough, but we have the beginnings of a gank. TES Splash is here. We'll have to wait for the spectator day to catch up. But oh wait, straight over to the bottom side, Hamza is in a very tough situation.
The teleport?
Nowhere to go. Teleport seems a little bit much. Yeah, it seems a bit overkill to pick up the enemy ADC, but I've actually thank you for the spectators for moving away from that in the top lane, because once again, Masuf, no matter how, I mean, so far every single time there's been some kind of intervention from the junglers, it hasn't resulted in anything as expected.
I mean, like I said, right? It's so difficult to gank Vlad with this team composition here. I mean, you don't have the damage, you don't have the lockdown, you just don't have a way how to stop this man. Man did not even burn the ghost, literally just pops the phase rush, pops the ulti, walks on out here, and there's no objective that's going to be coming up before the ulti comes back into play here. But Masuf doesn't really care, right? Vlad, as a champion, isn't planning on showing up to these dragons early on. He's just here to try to keep Jaquavis there. And honestly, that's going to be just fine for the Vladimir. But right now, teleport coming up soon for Jaquavis. No CC available for Masuf here, so you might be able to force a 4v5, but the constant threat of the push, the constant push from the Vladimir here is something that's always just going to be keeping this Poppy in the lane. In the meantime, Rift Herald going to be dropped down in this mid lane, going to be turning into one tower, maybe a second charge, but more importantly, inside track on the dragon.
Yeah, that's the main thing. Well, that and also that mid lane tier 1 opens up the map that much more, especially as these towers look to fully go down, and the fact that Cosmos Lantern, yep, haven't claimed any towers for themselves. It allows you to just further push in and just deny any sort of takeaway. And as we go on to Soul Point, this should be another fairly early Soul. This time for Dorado Gaming.
I mean, either way, the dragon sacking once again over to red side, just looking nicer and nicer for Dorado this time around here. But this game, right, is a rough position for the Cosmos Lancers. I honestly think that the biggest issue they have right now is if you're playing into a team like this, you need to make stuff happen. You need to try to make things work out before it's so far out of hand it gets incredibly difficult to play the game. But with this team composition, what do you have that actually accomplishes that, right? You have Udyr, who has a little bit of that early damage with Leandries. You've got the Varus, who can help with the picks.
Smolder won't be claimed by the Fate Seal. That being said, with the health bars as high as they are, Cyclone won't be able to follow up, as Elsa from Frozen calls, brings down his mother help, and we'll be able to get out of that, especially with Venoms now here in return. But early signs of on these side lanes of Cyclone into Elsa from Frozen. This is something that I was kind of somewhat expecting to see at some point, especially with Yone into Smolder, especially maybe not especially AP Smolder. I haven't seen AP Smolder in
it's been a bit. I mean, it's looking for the double burn. You know, lots and lots of damage on those W's, but you know, I will say Elsa from Frozen reenacting my favorite Smolder meme. You know, born to be a little guy, forced to steal Krugs at 25 minutes. This is just the constant Smolder farming, just always looking for those stacks, always looking for Elder Drag at home. But in the meantime, still looking for that second item. Blue turret is going to be going down in that top lane as Masuf, just going to be able to continue to push down these lanes with the Vladimir. There's just no real way how to stop this Vlad just yet. You need to make something happen. But right now, it really seems like Dorado is the one who's more willing to pull the trigger, despite the fact that they just have the late game composition. They have a very, very solid, well-rounded comp where the Vlad outputs so much magic damage DPS that you can't ignore it. The Yone puts out a ton of DPS that you can't ignore just the same. And in the meantime, Jhin able to put out all the utility that your heart could desire. But right now, still, the Cosmos Lanterns are just going to try to farm up to the point where as long as you can get to 35 minutes, it doesn't matter who actually has the late game composition. Because if you can get one pick, if you can get one win, it can all turn around in a matter of moments.
The trouble is, what you're saying earlier about Cosmos Lantern just like trying to have to find the initiative somewheres. Other than Udyr, I struggle to see, other than Udyr running straight at Masuf or I mean mainly Masuf, I struggle to see how this composition really starts to fight on their own terms, other than maybe an errant, or not errant, but a very well placed Chain of Corruptions on an errantly positioned Dorado Gaming member. But once again, I mean, Masuf, more examples of just running away in that moment there, and it's tough.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. I mean, especially because you also have to think about the fact that if, let's say, Hamza does land a Chain of Corruption onto Masuf. Chain of Corruption is a root. Masuf can still hit the W button while rooted, right? Like, you can still avoid a lot of that damage, but it definitely is one of the only real options that the team has to try to take down this Vladimir. But right now, it's not about the Vlad. Vlad still has not joined a fight. Instead, we're looking at Hyperfocus.
Hyperfocus going to try to find his way and on to Elsa from Frozen, who's gone low, now down. Masuf is here, a numbers advantage over to the side of the Dorado Gaming. Will be able to knock enemies away for now, but with the health bars as high as they are, K-Peps here trying to actually get stunned up by Jaquavis for now, but Hamza will be the new target going low, and now Jaquavis will be once again targeted again, and nowhere else to go. 2 members on the side of Cosmos Lanterns with no health remaining. This should be a free Drake, and honestly, free Drake and free Soul over to the side of Dorado Gaming Iota.
Yeah, I mean, not only is it a Soul, it's a Chemtech Soul on a team with Vladimir, right? Just 2 Chemtech Drakes onto Vlad is already terrifying enough, but this goes from bad to worse when you understand just how much value Vlad gets out of this one here. And as we mentioned, right, Masuf is a huge point of power for this team composition. You have to be so afraid of this guy. And the moment that Masuf got on top of Elsa, it was so unbelievably hard to win that fight. And now Masuf solo against this dragon. Maybe they can get a pick here. Maybe if Cosmos Lanterns have the inside track, but you got the traps in the way. You got K-Peps right here. The Impale
going to suppress 2 for now, followed up with the Solar Flare, and Jin snaring up. There's nowhere to go. Dibble getting the first kill, and it is an absolute rout for the side of Dorado Gaming on the attempted contest from Cosmos Lanterns. Not much they can do. Elsa from Frozen will get hyper focus in return at the very least, but currently 3-for-1. This is not where you want to be. Get out of there if you're the side of Cosmos Lantern. Elsa from Frozen finally going down, staying a bit too long, much longer than they were welcome to. Cyclone going low, going not down just yet, gets the shield, gets the kill onto Jaquavis, and that is the ace going over to the side of Dorado Gaming Iota and the Chemtech Soul, a rare, highly valuable Chemtech Soul as well. They shouldn't be able to end off this. Hamza is back up, Venom's coming up very momentarily. They shouldn't be able to end, but one step closer to the side of Dorado Gaming Iota, sending us to game 4.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those games that's particularly rough for the Cosmos Lancers to find a way back in here. And honestly, this one, the last game, I will say, right, had its opportunities, had so many ways how to get back into the thick of things, right? You could just wait to the late game and all of a sudden set W across the team, or you could, you know, rely on the Rise scaling. But this time around, right, the number 1 champion to really focus on is that Smolder. And if you have so much focus on the Smolder, then when you have a team with Yone, with Vlad, with Jin from so far away, and the Skarner is in place to try to take away all of Smolder's frontlining, it gets so much more difficult to see what Cosmos Lanterns can actually do to get an avenue back in. In the meantime, Masuf just casually 2v1ing.
And that may be it for Jaquavis. Going to be taken down by Hyper Focus. 4th shot from Dibble, not quite going to be enough, but secured by Hyper Focus. And now with nobody here in this top side of the map, there's really not much that can be done from Cosmos Lantern to at least stop that first tower from being taken and to move on again. Mom going to be called, but 2 suppressed, and that should be the start of this fight. Actually going over to the side of Cosmos Lantern. Double kill for the Smolder, and that should be a 3rd triple kill for the Smolder. And hold on, hold the phone. We've been here before. Maybe not to this extreme, but Cosmos Lantern finds a team fight win from way behind.
Oh no, I will say, right, that was one of those fights where you think to yourself, all right, well, you know what? Dorado just got a little bit cocky, right? You know, it's nothing too crazy. It is still doing just fine for the team here. But with 2 objective bounties going to be picked up on top of that one, that means nothing, right? I mean, especially with 3 kills going on to Elsa from Frozen right now, 4, 2, and 0 on this Smolder. This could be the start of a turning point here, right? Masuf able to get tons and tons of damage off on that fight, but just gets a little bit too close to the sun, just walks a little bit too far forward. And when you're walking too forward into a Varus with built-in healing reduction, it's going to be particularly difficult to continue that route of living.
Yeah, and so now signs of life for the side of Cosmos Lantern. starting for the rest of this game, it was a very good turnaround from Dorado Gaming Iota, especially in the manner in which they lost game 2, to be able to come out and start to dominate and look as if we were almost assuredly going to game 4. But at this point, I would hope that they do have the mental fortitude to say, okay, that was not ideal, but we're still very much far ahead. But the alarm bells, they're ringing it. They're ringing in my head, at least.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw it once. We might see it again. Who knows, right? Honestly, my biggest question here: what is Elsa building? I genuinely don't know.
RFC,
right? So the RFC, right? It's a decent amount of survivability for the AP carry. I mean, we see it on champions like Twisted Fate right now. What is the Sheen? Is this a Lich Bane? Like, I can't tell if this is a Lich Bane, a Triforce, maybe even like the super ultra spicy Iceborne Gauntlet. But like right now,
you read my mind. I was
Elsa's in like a very strange position when it comes to the build. You know, just needs to try to find a way how to make the smolder come online, and the garage sale of inventory doesn't really seem to instill the team with confidence just yet.
No, not just yet. But the fact that they were even able to get anything at all from any of these fights is a step in the right direction, because this game has been, for the most part, pretty disastrous on the side of Cosmos Lantern, which is fine. They do have the 2-0 series lead. It's not the worst result ever. Curtain Call will be opened up to try to start out this fight with a few of the slows, though. Gonna land a few onto Jaquavis. Now Cyclone here. Won't find much. Won't be able to use the Fate Seal. The Solar Flare just going to land right in the middle of everyone.
Hyper Focus is down.
Will be able to. Elsa for Frozen will take over Hyper Focus. That being said, 2 will be picked up by Capet here in Cyclone. Now with nobody around on his team, tries to find Hamza. It's just all over the place, disjointed, and another fight going over to side Dorado Gaming Iota. Just honestly, not much communication there. Dibble will be able to pick up that kill, but at what cost? Elsa from Frozen getting yet another kill in this fight. Advantage over to the side of Dorado Gaming Iota for now. Masuf getting kind of low, but still is that Vladimir and has Dibble here. Venom's shield not going to stop anyone there. Flash forward, try to get the 4-shot onto Jaquavis. Not going to be enough to claim that kill just yet. And it's going to be Masuf flashing forward, shut down, picking up Smolder. Now Hamza getting low. Masuf now should be able to pick up Hans. Does have the move speed. Walking forward menacingly. Hamza, you can't get away. Masuf now gets that kill, and the health bars were too low for too long, and Masuf able to heal back up. The longer you just stand there aimlessly on the side of Cosmos Lantern, as I said, Masuf alive on the Vladimir. You just stand there. He's going to get back to full health, and this Vladimir on 3 items now is certainly a menace, especially at full health.
Yeah. This Vladimir, level 18 on 3 items, mind you. So, I gotta say, right? We're 31 minutes in. Vladimir is doing this much work on 3 items and is only going to get more and more terrifying as the game goes on. Since Vladimir's #1 champion to be worried about right now is still Elsa from Frozen, honestly, with the AP... Oh my god, it's an Iceborne Gauntlet.
It's actually an Iceborne Gauntlet.
It's actually an Iceborne Gauntlet. Okay.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So I was about to say, since the #1 person to be worried about from Masuf is going to be Elsa from Frozen, you could honestly just opt for a Spirit Visage for the final item here. But right now, Elsa from Frozen going to be putting out a decent amount of mixed damage over here. Still just going to be stacking up as much as possible. But right now, the biggest question here is, what in the world is Dorado going to be able to do now that they have the Elder, now that they have the Baron, right? I mean, on one side you got Elder at home, on the other side you got Elder at store, but right now we gotta fight.
We have the curtain call getting opened up, finding Venoms, a few slows, getting a few burns down, getting the health bars chunked out just that little bit more, but not finding too much there just yet. The extra advantage on the just amount of the wallet advantage will allow them to at least take that inhibitor once again. But this is a very similar situation we had a few minutes ago and around this corner without Elder Drake last time though, so that might be a potential deciding factor of any ensuing fight, but we will just back off for now.
Yeah, just gonna back off, you know, just take what you can and then not try to force it off too much here. In the meantime, the ulti is gonna get channeled up from Poppy, not gonna be turning into any activation here as Cuevas still not able to get much done in this game. The flash and impale though.
Forward will find two, and it is absolutely massive. Incinerated on the side of Cosmos Lancer, nowhere to go as soon as you pick up 3. And that will almost surely be game 3 going over to the side of Dorado. Wait, we're not done just yet. We'll try to find a few more. Elsa from Frozen will find one, but it won't be enough. With how low these health bars were, for a second it looked like Elsa from Frozen may have been able to find the turnaround fight there, but just barely not enough. And that will be Dorado Gaming Iota forcing a game 4 in this series. In relatively clean fashion. Relatively.
Honestly, I will say, right, that game was not just a relatively clean game here. I think so much of that came from the draft. Masouf's Vladimir pick honestly did so much work, right? I mean, Poppy as a champion, Udyr as a champion, those two together really can't do anything to stop that top Vladimir, but they kept trying to make something happen. You know, they understood that this is a bad position to find yourselves in, but once you're in that position, the only real way how to deal with Vladimir is to make things happen on the rest of the map. And Hamza and Venoms losing out in the 2v2 for first blood early on just spelled a completely different moment this game. Last game we saw Hamza and Venoms have the upper hand in the 2v2. They had so much control with that misfortune, with that Leona. This time around, the Jhin Leona is going to be the ones coming out on top here. And more than that, Masouf with 35,000 damage on that Vladimir, essentially untouched in that top lane, I would give the absolute MVP to. But in the meantime, Elsa from Frozen, while he did do his best to try to keep the game alive, instead it is going to be Dorado Gaming Iota staying alive in this series, bring us to game number 4. So don't go anywhere as we go all the way.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
All right. Here we are for game number 4 of the Conqueror League playoff quarterfinals. And I gotta say, right, this is a game for the ages. The last game number 3, was honestly so unbelievably in the Dorado Gaming Iota's favor. I'm pretty dang surprised at how clean of a win they came back with that one.
Yeah, especially considering how the first 2 games went, and the slight hiccup there when Elsa from Frozen turned that
Oh,
one
boy.
defense fighter out. Or there were the alarm bells ringing, going, "Oh no, it's going
It's
to
like,
happen
not again, not like this.
It's not going to be 3 games in a row." And in fact, it wasn't, because we're here talking about it now. So
Yep.
yeah.
Here
So
we are.
definitely a lot cleaner from Dorado Gaming Iota, and 2-0 comfort zone. I mean 0-2 comfort zone. Maybe if they keep performing like they did in game 3.
But honestly, I will say a large part of that game number 3 resulted from the draft, right? And it's not just, drafting itself. It's also Masuf having the wherewithal to play a champion like Vladimir into the Poppy early on is just honestly incredible, right? Being able to have such a large champion pool that you can bring out those pocket picks, like those mages that just auto win you the game if you can just get fed on them as far as the minions are concerned. Definitely going to be feeling pretty dang great here. So now as we get into the game number 4 draft, I'm excited to see what kind of differences we are going to be seeing coming out from this team here, as Jaquavis and Masuf has very much been going in one direction, and Masuf has always been the one coming out on top.
Yeah, I don't know how else to expand on that. It's like, that's simply how it has gone. Once again, we will get a change of sides, so back to the original way around. And well, red side has 100% win rate so far in the series. And especially we saw in last time around how impactful that counter pick was as well, coming through. Once again, the bans haven't changed much. I mean, at all. These first few bans I'm pretty sure they've been identical games 1 to 4 so far.
I honestly am not too surprised to see the side swaps coming on in. I mean, the Misfortune ban is something that's definitely super different. I wouldn't be too surprised to see a Vladimir ban coming on in for spot number 3, but it is still going to remain that Caitlyn ban for the side of the Cosmos Lanterns over here. So now, here we go, Leona on B1. There it is, as we all anticipated. I mean, that's just been the name of the game, baby. But now, are we getting Braum Jin in response? Who knows? I mean, we might also be getting a run back. We might be getting a run back with that Varus, because honestly, I will say Hamza on the Varus left a little bit to be desired here, but man might want a little bit of a salty run back. It's the Jinx.
I prefer this to the Varus.
Definitely interesting here. I don't dislike Jinx as a pick. I do think that this early on, you are telling the enemy team, hey, we're going to need to, all you need to do is get on top of the Jinx, make sure that she doesn't get a chance to play the game. So Smolder going to be taken up in response. As we have seen, Dibble Smolder does so much damage once you get later stage of the game. The Vladimir coming back in, and here we go. What are we going to have in response to Vladimir is the big question.
Hopefully not Poppy. Put it that way.
If you pick Poppy into Vladimir, you deserve to lose that. But what I will say is, at the very least, you have a jungler, once again, that has so much more early damage. You can actually threaten a gank onto the Vladimir, right? And the biggest problem with the Udyr is that Udyr does not have the kind of burst damage needed to take out a Vlad there. So the Hui going to be taken off the table. Vel'Koz, thankfully, once again, taken off the table. We saw everything that Elsa from Frozen's Vel'Koz did the last time, and by God, would I love to see it again? Yes. With the Dorado Gaming Iota squad, love to see it again? Absolutely not. But in the meantime, it is going to be the Vel'Koz and the Rise. I kind of expect to see a Ziggs come in or another one of those AP DPS mages. But in the meantime, it's the Yone. Okay, never mind. Elsa from Frozen, super happy to just switch up playstyles.
Potentially also counter to the Vladimir. As a thought. Okay. What? Wait a second. Oh.
I'm gonna be real with you. I hate this. I don't like this.
From an actual playing the game perspective, okay. I mean, I get it.
So, I mean,
there's a lot of auto attackers.
A lot of auto attackers, full AD team into Rammus. It's definitely not where you want to find yourself. So at the very end, the Gwen gonna get picked up here. You know, Gwen versus Irelia, huge skill matchup in that top lane. But instead, it is going to be Gwen versus Vladimir, which honestly, it's definitely doable, right? Significantly more damage if you do take the Ignite on Gwen. Has the ability to actually bully Vlad early on. But Irelia versus Yone is a matchup that definitely is going to rely on a lot of these skill checks here between these two champions. I mean, Irelia has the ability to just W straight through the Fate Sealed, has the ability to reduce as much damage as possible through a lot of that, but Irelia mid in competitive play is a very risky pick to take, because once you go on in, right, you don't have the long lanes, the long setups for the minions to really continue a fight, and the jungler coming in would make your life a living hell here. So we're going to see a lot of focus towards this mid lane, as we've seen time and time again here. K-Pep's in a really good position here, and I'm excited to see what this turns into on the map.
You might have to enlighten me on this Aurelia Yone matchup, because admittedly I have never seen this at all. Like,
well, I mean,
not once. This is new grounds for me, because I know Aurelia typically has been more of like a counter to a lot of range, not exactly the most range on Yone.
Yeah, I mean, Irelia does just fine into the bruises like Yone, especially when it comes to, you know, Irelia versus Yone in the top lane has a much better position for Irelia, because one of the big things about her is that she has the ability to heal off the wave, to set up freezes where a lot of champions don't have that ability. Now in the mid lane, it gets a lot more difficult, right? And the question is, whose wave management is more on point here? Because if you can put the wave into a rough spot for the Irelia, it can be particularly difficult to deal with here, especially once the 2v2s start to come on in. But as far as the mid lane goes, it's much less of a long lane, so you're not really going to be able to force the same kind of lethality onto your opponent here. But in the meantime, I will say Irelia versus Yone, not a bad matchup for the champion by any means. I venture to say that Yone honestly has a particularly rough matchup as long as the Irelia is playing properly, but in the end it is very much a heavy skill matchup, especially as mid lane in competitive is far from a 1v1 lane.
Yeah. I don't know how to expound on that.
I mean, I've played Irelia since season 5. Like, I love that champion. I hate seeing her in competitive because, man, is she hard to make work. But, you know, in the hands of an experienced player, she can absolutely do the team justice.
Well, season 8 begged to defer with the rework about Aurelia.
Yeah, I miss her.
Difficult to make work. That was I still have like Vietnam War flashbacks to immediate rework Aurelia, where I need to stop thinking about it before I go into a really long.
Oh, now this I don't like. Irelia versus Gwen is not the play. Because, you know, Irelia versus Gwen is a matchup that will honestly do fine as far as a skill matchup goes. I don't think Gwen, in terms of mid lane, really has that high of value over here. At the very least, Cyclone will always have the option to queue straight behind Jaquavis, make sure that the snip does not actually get a chance to land here, but with the second wave shoved under tower, does not really have the ability to go for much more than there. And now we start to run into the small issues that Irelia might have, right? Where if you are in the mid lane, if your wave management is not on point, you can find yourself in these really awkward back timings. Had that been wave 3, it would have been able to back with 19 CS by a cull and then TP straight back to lane, but instead it is going to be the refill pod, just going to be able to pick that one up, walk on back. In the meantime, it just seems to be Farm City between these two.
Yeah, honestly not too surprising. Smolder not all that great early, and Leona into Braum, but just that. It's almost as if Braum was not necessarily designed to be the perfect counter to Leona specifically, but definitely that sort of engage champion. One thing that I personally am a little bit interested in, this is one thing that I thought was going to happen, the reason why Yone was picked in the first place was to be this counter to Masuf, and so what I would like to see, especially with how much the explosiveness that Yone, what I'm talking about. Diego does have, and his ability to gank, though we haven't seen this from T-Splash so far on this champion, is to see some sort of interaction with these soloons, get them ahead. Especially in this top lane, because we saw how much Vladimir can be allowed to do when just left to his own devices there.
And in the meantime, Elsa from Frozen very much doing a much better job at pressuring Masuf with that Yone. I mean, there's essentially nothing that the Poppy can do to a Vladimir. Meanwhile, Yone absolutely can do something. We're seeing some stuff happen in the bot lane.
Focus, opting to go in there, but no damage really done on either side. It's a bit of an odd decision, but a little bit inconsequential in the end.
Yeah, but in the meantime, it is just going to be the standard farming back and forth here, and honestly I wouldn't be too surprised to not see too much action going on over here. The Splash, on the other hand, really wants to make something happen, right? Really wants something fun to happen early on. Cools down.
This could be it. The stun will be held going through, going low. Not quite enough to take Masuf down, but low enough this early on where I don't necessarily think he can heal back up in time to find much else before he recalls, and there will go all the way back to base, and without teleport. Early signs, just very early warning signs, though maybe not the most critical there.
Yeah, in the meantime, we got a little bit of a trade-off in the mid lane. Jaquavis and Cyclone just constantly going at it against each other here. And I gotta say, right, there's just not too much action going on just yet. Lots of good trades back and forth, but no one really having the ability to force lethal on each other just yet here. In the meantime, Jinx and Smolder in a farm war, which Jinx is absolutely winning. It really does seem that red side AD carries tend to get the upper hand on the other, but I gotta say, right? Cole on Dibble seems to be a perfect illustration as to what this kind of a game is, right? It just says, I don't really care about interacting. I just want to get farm. I just want to get rich. I just want to be able to get to the point where I can make something happen. And now Void Grub started up on the top side from K-Peps, and no force on the dragon as a response there. I mean, it seems like they just want to get the grubs for themselves, but nothing too crazy.
Going to take a decent chunk there just before the grubs do actually go down. But as you were saying, there is no positioning around this Drake. As all three grubs get picked up by Dorado Gaming. So not a guaranteed trade so far, and it's honestly a slight concern, especially with the amount of extra push that these two lanes have had in both the bot and mid so far for the side of Dorado Gaming. And I do believe that they could very easily take all of the early objectives so far as we start to posture around a potential fight in the Drake early on.
Yeah, I mean, lots and lots of people standing around this dragon. No push from Hamza, though. And in the meantime, top lane, we're just going to get more and more trades between Masuf and Elsa.
Yeah, we'll get more and more of that. And further, as we get a few more levels into this mid-game, see exactly what I was hoping to see out of this counter matchup between Yone and Vladimir is that, you know, Elsa from Frozen just hops in, does a lot of damage, and hops back out, and there's just not enough for Masuf to heal off of. And hold on, we're going in now after the dragon is taken. A large amount of damage being taken in return. First blood going over to K-Peps, and Jaquavis not going to have much here, but it will be the first reset. Going over to the side of Hamza, gets a little bit excited for now. Low health bars, but not much just yet. Flash going low, but not quite down. Does find the kill onto Hyper Focus, and now Hamza is excited. Dibble trying to operate flash forward. Not going to find the slow, but will it be enough? Not quite just yet. K-Peps here now, getting a decent amount of damage onto to Splash, but won't be enough, and that will be the reset for Splash for now. Cyclone is here, does find the stun, gets the kill. Splash not going to be able to get out, and so at least one is traded in return in a really long, extended 3-for-3 fight there, going, well, evenly.
Yeah, ends up going relatively even in the end. First Blood is going to be able to get picked up by Dorado gaining Iota, but at the very least, both of the AD carries going to be able to stay alive, going to be able to be in a position where they can pick up as much farm as possible here. In the meantime, Jaquavis was able to get the wave under tower, but this could be rough for the Gwen.
Mid will find the gank, going to have to hop over, will be okay. And yeah, that's that. A decent amount of health going away on the Gwen, especially with how Cyclone's been able to pressure this mid lane so far. I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't turn into. I wouldn't be surprised if it turns into a
Meanwhile, in the top lane, we're just getting the constant trades, which are turning into more and more tower plates. Cyclone, on the other hand, getting closer and closer to Bork, aka full build for Irelia, as the champion is just going to be able to output so much damage. And this is rough, right? I mean, Mastoof is literally ulting the wave to try to get as much minions as possible. Like, we're really not in the position to see anyone get close enough to lethal just yet. So in the end, it is going to be a little bit of a farm fest, but once these objectives come on up, we might be seeing a little bit more.
Finds one to Cyclone, but Cyclone is going to once again hop away. The fissure used by Braum not going to be available for the next few minutes, but I mean, there's not really much coming up, so I don't imagine will be amount to much here. K-Peps will find Venoms though. Bit of an odd fight between the two of them. Two relatively tanky sports, not sports. I mean, yeah. I mean, K-Peps on. We count Rammus is a bit of a supporty. Champion, hold on before I hand that back over to you. We do have Cyclone in the mid, stunning up 3. Almost going to get out, but not nearly enough with just too much damage. But meanwhile, this means Hams is left unprotected. So 1-for-1 across the map. In the end, we're still fairly level.
Yeah, 1-for-1 across the map. Venoms was out of bot lane for so long. Hamza just tried as hard as he could to stay alive for as long as possible. But in the end, it is going to be a little bit more gold put over to the mid lane at the cost of their AD carry, right? And Jinx definitely does scale, but it's definitely going to be looking good for the single AP champion to get a little bit more gold, to get a little bit more damage, so that way the Rammus doesn't just get to walk in, hit W, and watch as everyone dies.
Yeah, that's going to be the the main thing. At the very least, Rammus can only target one champion with his stun, and that's like the main form of CC other than the miniature knockup he has on the Powerball. So at the very least, with how many auto attackers there are, not all of them will be hitting Rammus. So I wouldn't be as concerned about that. Obviously, it doesn't feel great, but importantly, Jaquavis getting that little bit. Actually, going to go for the whammo. So far, it's
Riftmaker.
Yes, it's Riftmaker. I saw it, and I always get confused with Riftmaker and Ohmwrecker because I swear they look very similar item-wise.
Oh, Jaquavis in a lot of trouble here.
Jaquavis is in fact in a lot of trouble. Cyclone going to find not quite enough damage, but once again, just a bit of continuing story in that 1v1 matchup between Aurelia and Gwyn. And once again, Cyclone just showing the prowess that he has on this champion. A bit of a surprise, for me, considering Aurelia's not seen very much often anymore. Hyperfocus will be caught out by the Chompers, though, getting stunned. Now slowed, now low, now flashing away, and the taunt is timed perfectly onto the splash. Not going to be able to pick up Hyperfocus. That being said, the health bar is still very large. Fate Steal, not enough for Hyperfocus. Flashes committed all left, right, and center from everyone on the side of Cosmo's Lantern, but yet they still can't pick up the lonely support.
Yeah, Jaquavis might be getting flanked on by Masuf here, though. But in the meantime, second dragon will be going down very, very soon as the dragon stacking opportunities have continued for the side of the Cosmos Lanterns here. In the meantime, Jaquavis doesn't really have lethal onto Masuf. Once again, I gotta say, Gwen, if you get the Riftmaker first, does not have the largest power spike. Honestly, she'll be doing just fine. In the meantime, Elsa's hella dead here.
Should be soon. Cyclone dashing forward, gets the shield, takes a few too many tower shots. The Cyclone now very low, but here comes the support. Cyclone bring it up. K-Pet's not quite going to get caught. Venoms probably doesn't want to claim that. Takes a bit too long. Elsa from Frozen does eventually take down Cyclone, and now in the 3v1, Venoms will be able to secure that one, and timely too, as the bot lane from the side of Dorado Gaming had roamed up in time to try to save their teammate, but it's just not quite enough. Too little, too late.
Yeah, too little, too late. It was looking like a super free angle for the side of Dorado Gaming Iota's mid laner, but in the end, you know, it's competitive League of Legends. Any 1v1 is not a true 1v1. Welcome to the game. The rest of the team goes ahead and shows up and make sure that this lead just starts to balloon for the side of the Cosmos Lanterns here. And this is when things start to get really, really rough here.
Cosmos Lantern, Cyclone going low, Cyclone going down. The AoE damage off the Super Mega Death Rocket going to be claiming that one, of all things.
Actually, no. Cyclone ended up going down to the Braum before the Super Mega Death Rocket even landed, so not even an assist for Hums over there.
Maybe a bit presumptuous from myself. My bad. I mean,
honestly, it made sense. Like, it looks like it too, but you know, the death screen does say otherwise.
Zenith's Blade will land onto Hamza, going to have to flash and cleanse away. Going to live through that as a result, but still too big. Summoner spells now not going to be available. Masuf hopping on out of there with the flash and should be okay for now. And Antics drifting the Rift Herald.
Oh,
wait, hold on. That will find some CC onto Capets, but not a lot of damage. Zenith Blade comes through, followed up. Here's Masuf going to pick up that kill on very little health bar. Gifted right to him. Thank you very much. Vladimir going to pick a few more gold. And this surely any second will be Jaquavis going down. All the while it did open up mid lanes to be cleared out and be taken, so at least there's some taken in return from the side of Cosmos Lantern, but still overall I'd say advantage fight going over to the side of Dorado Gaming.
yeah, and as this game continues, it's going super back and forth between the two of them. Cosmos Lanterns still do have the gold lead, but you have to be very, very careful because in the end, you are still a team of 4 auto attackers versus Rammus. It doesn't really matter that Gwen is magic damage. She is still very much an auto attacker in her own right here. And there is always the Smolder win condition. And they don't really have too many ways to get on top of Smolder without completely forsaking their own AD carry. Hamza right now on the Jinx has to play very reserved, has to play very self-sufficient here, because so much resources need to be burned by the side of the Cosmos Lanterns to get into that backline, to make sure that Dibble doesn't get to do Dibble things, doesn't get to just use that Smolder to just tear through the entirety of the team here. In the meantime, Jaquavis and Elsa from Frozen trying to make something happen in the side lanes solo, as Cyclone might be caught out here. Definitely saw Elsa from Frozen, but did not catch Venoms on the scanner.
Spidey senses were tingling though, and then hopped right on out of there. And honestly, it may not have even been the Spidey senses. It may have just been the fact that Cyclone is level 10 and that Elsa from Frozen is level 13. And just, you know, 3 levels is no laughing matter, especially with the Bork completed for Elsa from Frozen. So we move around now. Drake coming up in 20 seconds. Going to try to... Hold on, wait a second. I looked and I saw the Ocean Drake, but it's actually a Hextech match. And hold on.
Yeah, I mean, that's just one of those classic spectator moments. But in the meantime, we're getting the mid push in from the Cosmos Lanterns. They do have the inside track here. I doubt we're going to be seeing much contesting going on over here, but seems like Dorado Game AO have a different plan entirely.
Well, they might have a different plan, but Cyclone 2 levels down up against Elsa from Frozen will not get that further damage resistance. Elsa from Frozen taking that basically at full health. First kill going over to the side of CL for now. Super Mega Dust Rocket will do enough damage to get them low, splashing up that kill. 2 for 0. Now going to find the third, maybe not. Hextech Drake going to be picked up by Cosmos Lantern, and they'll just turn away from that one. But 2 for nothing going over to the side of Cosmos Lantern, as well as Soul Point going to be feeling very nice here for the team that's looking to close out the series.
Yeah, Soul Point definitely going to be feeling good there. Only a 2,000 gold lead between these two teams, but at the very least, more and more gold will get you to that point where you can start to make this Rammus bleed, start to make him take a little bit more damage, because as you can see, there's so much armor already on this Rammus. I'm guessing that's going to be a Frozen Heart picked up soon enough, as surely, like I said, that's 4 auto attackers, right? I mean, there's so much value coming in from there. But in the meantime, the Cosmos Lanterns are just continuing to farm up, continuing to get to the point where they start to punch through these tanks, start to punch through these carries. Elsa from Frozen on the Yone, able to get the jump on Cyclone there. Works out particularly well. Irelia versus Yone, very much a skill matchup as long as there's a minion wave. If there is no minion wave, Yone just gets to hit her, right? Irelia is a very immobile champ if she cannot dash through those minions, and man, does it look rough when Cyclone does not have a way out.
Will be tagged by Grom. Solar Flare will come through to try to save the Irelia. Will actually do so, but the cost of Flash. So fairly big Summoner spell not going to be available for any upcoming fight for Cyclone, but at the very least, there's really only the Baron up, because next Drake lands in the next 3 minutes and should be okay until then.
Yeah, I mean, Baron is definitely a possibility. You've got 4 massive damage dealers for the side of the Cyclone Lanterns, and I would love to see them really threaten this Baron and like start a fight around it. But at the very least, they do have the vision denial, and they're looking to try to make sure that nothing is going to be overlooked. It's just constant control, constant pressure, and at the very least, they are not looking to throw this gold lead at all.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of a different situation that we've seen Cosmos Lantern in before this time around, because every single, well, I'm pretty sure every single game so far we've seeing predominantly Dorado gaining gold lead. So seeing them in this very clearly advantaged position just 21 minutes in is be interesting to see how they adapt to being in what is a bit of an oddly unfamiliar situation for them, considering they are one game away from claiming the series.
Yeah, I mean, the last time we saw them in a position like this, it was also against Smolder, right? Dibble on the Smolder once again, a constant looming threat for the side of the Cosmos Lanterns here, as Dorado Gaming Iota are just going to continue to put as much gold as possible into this dragon. The moment that you get Elder Dragon at home, they're going to start to look to fight once again, and any oversteps are going to get punished absolutely hard by the side of Dorado. But right now, Cosmos Lanterns still taking it super slow, still not doing anything too crazy, just looking to set things up as slowly as possible until that dragon comes along. The Hextech Soul honestly doesn't mean so much for this team, but being able to deny any sort of dragons from the side of Dorado is a huge boon.
Yeah, and also even though the synergy isn't as innately powerful with the side of Cosmos Lantern's composition, Hextech Soul is still Hextech Soul. Slows on attacks are still, just that. I think the power of in my personal opinion, Hextech Soul is single-handedly the strongest in the game without context. There are a few situations where where a few other souls might synergize better with other compositions specifically, but overall you cannot overlook the power of this.
Yeah, I mean, Hextech Soul definitely going to be something to be worried about here, but Solar Flare
anybody, and now here comes the counter attack, going to do a lot of damage early on. Will they find the first kill? Masuf going down 2 for 1.
Thumbs up
out. Jaquavis going to go. Dibble now. Cyclone as well, going to be low health. Elsa from Frozen will miss the knock up there. Does eventually find the kill anyway. Now Masuf going low, going down. Cyclone knocked and slowed by the Braum. Will be enough to find the extra auto attack from Hamza to get the 5-for-2 fight. And
that's a guaranteed Baron. Yeah, that's both a guaranteed Soul and Baron here. Going to be a recall coming in from Jaquavis to teleport into that Baron. And here it is, started up. And just like that, the Cosmos Lanterns have blown this game straight open. That should be a Bloodthirster for Hamza. Just so much more damage as this game goes on. I cannot believe just how well they played that fight. Sorry, I said Bloodthirst, so this is definitely an Infinity Edge, but cannot believe it. Right now, just looking for a little bit more gold on these carries, but this has gone from a solid position for the Cosmos Lanterns to almost impossible to throw, is what I would say, had we not seen some absolutely insane comebacks in the past few games.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree about a few of the comebacks, and these games not always going the way they're planned or the way that they look like they should from a distance. Especially with Hamza kind of moving up a bit far on their own. Will have to cleanse. Will flash taunt comes through. Mom will be called. Hamza low now, but it's not quite enough to find the kill just yet.
Yeah, I mean, the cleanse doing good work for the side of the Cosmos Lanterns here, but in the meantime, Cyclone not really able to do anything in a team fight, so just going to go ahead and join the team. Sorry, not join the team. Go ahead and farm up those side lanes, try to make something happen with these objective bounties. Hamza far away from his team, not going to be trying to do anything to the Irelia whatsoever, and that does happen to be a tier 2 about to go down for the side of Dorado, but the entire team, on the other hand, struggling to stop the Cosmos Lanterns from barreling down this mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, you're claiming something on the side, especially with the objective bounties available as they are. And
Inhib Tower 2? Hold on.
honestly giving a lot for these inhibitors. I don't think it'll be enough. Elsa from Frozen has recall now. She start to kite away, especially with those slows on the Hex Tech Soul. Seems Blade going to go just a little bit wide there. Now Elsa from Frozen won't land the Fate sealed, and so turned around. Cyclone trying to find this 1v1, gets the full amount of attack speed from the passive, but not enough, and I do not know that's how Brahms E worked with Smolder ult.
Yeah, I mean, just gonna be able to block any ability, and just the same way how the Cyclone Lanterns have, how the Cosmos Lanterns have blocked any chance for Cyclone to rejoin the team, how to really get some kind of way back into this game here. But in the meantime, this Baron is slowly pushing on in, slowly doing more and more damage.
Use, and here comes Peps, going to taunt up the key in the Jinx. Gets a lot of damage down so far, but it's not enough. Hamza picking up that first kill, and now once again it is advantaged over to the side of Cosmos' Lantern. Masuf now does see a few low health bars, does try to find a way in, not quite going to find much. Super Mega Deathrock doing a ton of damage there. Now the turnaround with the slows on the Hextech Drake, going to ensure that they go down. Cyclone's back up, but it won't be enough. Hamza picking up another, and that should be the series going over the side of Cosmos' Lantern up against the higher seed.
Yeah, and Cosmos Lanterns in game number 4 start to lock in here. Going to be able to take the inhib, but not going to push for anything further. You know, still going to take the 110% play, right? You don't want to take that 90% play when playoffs is just under your belt. So much damage, so much gold already for the side of the Cosmos Lanterns here, and you can see they are so happy about this one. They're just going to continue to push down these lanes, continue to push down these towers, and continue to try to avoid overstepping at any point possible. They took their notes from that Dorado game. They understand that they cannot.
Law move being called. K-Peps trying to find a fight yet again. Solar Flare not going to stun up anyone. Fate Sealed will find two, but the death does finally come through onto the Smolder, and that is huge. No more burning coming through to Splash. Going to find Masuf, and there's the damage dealer all down on the side of Dorado Gaming once more. That will be the ace. That will be the game this time, surely, with the minions barreling into the base. Nothing left for Dorado Gaming to fight for, as they're all down, as the Nexus Towers 2 finally get taken. That will be a 3-1 victory over the Cosmos' Lantern.
Yeah, and Cosmos Lanterns in a hard-fought series lock in for game number 4 for a clean as hell sweep there. 3-1 in the end. And honestly, a huge shout out to Elsa from Frozen for so much control over that Vladimir that was giving them so much trouble in the past game of the series. Right? I mean, just so much damage coming in from this Yone, so much damage coming in from the entire team. Look at the damage charts, right? Every single one of your carries, your Jinx, your Yone, your Gwen, your Viego as well, all doing very respectable damage. In the meantime, on the other side, Dorado had so much time and effort placed into Dibble's Smolder, and that trust was not unfounded. Still did a lot of damage, but it was too little, too late for the dragon to come online when you're dealing with so much power from the side of the Cosmos Lanterns.
Yeah, and it came from all over the place. Elsa from Frozen. It doesn't help that Elsa from Frozen was popping up from 3 screens away, and then one-shotting whoever he pleased. And so yeah, that does add that little bit extra level of difficulty from Dibble, especially without much protection from the rest of the team. Compositionally, there just wasn't enough damage on Cyclone and, well, I guess K-Peps alone when they went in to try to turn those fights around. And so yeah, congratulations Cosmos Lanterns for advancing to the semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, a large upset coming out over here. I mean, it is only a 1 seed difference, but in the end, it is going to be the Cosmos Lanterns going to be able to upset Dorado Gaming Iota to make it all the way to the semis. So that will do it for today's broadcast, but make sure to tune in to the rest of the Titan Esports broadcasts throughout the week, such as Immortal tomorrow. And I do believe we are going to be doing the NACL OQ in the weekend. But as far as tonight, that it will be all from us. So thank you everyone for watching, and thanks for tuning in.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a